Good morning.
Recording in progress.
The committee staff, the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, the entities, in particular, NECSA and SADPMR, as well as the AGSA, and everyone who is in the meeting. You are welcomed on this meeting of today. I'm trying to check, honorable members. Just bear with me a bit. Okay, yeah, I think at least we are enough to start the meeting. As I said, I've welcomed everyone who is present today in this meeting. We are meeting today at a time also where the country is in huge socio-economic distress. As we know that we still have a huge task in our hands. Just recently with the announcement of the electricity, the approval by NECSA of the electricity tariffs by ESCOM, then there comes another one, which this committee unfortunately still has it on this role of activities and meetings. The fuel escalation, which today we will witness again another increase tonight. And I think these are the things, unfortunately, require our own attention and be able to provide what we think will be of good and of favor to our own country, and find ways where we could cushion this huge escalation and its implications, obviously. Without any further delays, are there any apologies?
Good morning, honorable members, our honorable guest. Yes, Chair, we've got an apology from Mr. Zula. He won't be joining us due to academic commitments, and the apology from the Minister and Deputy Minister. They are attending the Africa Energy Indaba in Cape Town today. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Without any further delays, honorable members, we are today going to be dealing. Can you put the agenda? I like that the agenda must be always tabled so that we know what we are dealing with. Today, honorable members, we've dealt with the first part. We will deal now with the first item will be a status update on SEF by AGSA, and then we will then get a briefing by SGSA, AGSA on NECSA and SADPMR. And after that, we'll deal with questions of clarity. And then we will deal. So I ask you, AGSA, deal with the first part, and we'll also deal with the second part, which is the status of SEF, and then you deal with the issue of the audit outcomes on NECSA and SADPMR. We will then deal with questions of clarity after those two. And then we will have presentations by NECSA on their annual reports and financial status. We will then get a presentation by SADPMR. We will then have questions of clarity and comments. Obviously, honorable members, you will then, in your questions of clarity and comments, be specific which of the two you are referring to, and they will keep records like we'll be doing. And then we will then have the responses, and then we will have to table some of the correspondences that have been referred to the committee that might need the attention, but we'll just table them, honorable members, and we will then say how are we going to handle them in terms of the way forward. I can't see did I go fast? I can't see the minutes. Oh, okay, I see. Before the tabling, we'll deal with and adopt the outstanding minutes. Remember, last week we didn't adopt the minutes. So the minutes that we should have adopted last week, we will adopt them this week, and the ones of last week, so that we don't have a backlog of minutes. And then we will adjourn the meeting. Having said so, can I then, I see my time, I'm leaving 8 minutes. Don't take the agenda off for now, Ari. AG, I'm exactly on time with 1 minute ahead. You will take us up to 10:10. I hope you will finish even earlier than that. But that's your time that you have in terms of the 2 items that were given to you. Let me give it to you, AG, to make your presentation.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning to the honorable members of the committee, the colleagues from the department and the entities within the portfolio, and also colleagues from the AGSA. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for inviting us to come and engage with the portfolio committee on the specific agenda items that you have highlighted that we need clarity from us on, and also the briefing and the audit outcome. With me, I'm Pumrani Rabonda. I am leading a business unit that is responsible for the Department of Minerals and Resources and Energy. I am accompanied by Dorothy Rampopo, who is leading the business unit in Gauteng that is housing the audit of SEF, SADPMR, and NECSA. She is also accompanied by the senior managers that are auditing those entities, which is Musizima Vunga, Belinda Beni, and also Dineo Mashiane. Dorothy and the team are the ones that will be taking the committee through the presentations and the engagement that have been planned for today. However, Chair, before we start there, I just want to also take this opportunity to indicate that, yes, indeed, on the 9th of November, when we came to the committee to engage on as part of the BRRR session, and they were briefing the committee on the audit outcome. The audit outcome for NECSA and SADPMR were not discussed in detail because at that time the department had not yet tabled those audit outcomes to Parliament. And yes, now we are available to then discuss as they've since been tabled. However, there's also a point which we highlighted, that point that the audit of SAF was not completed as there were delays with receiving the statements for one of the significant subsidiaries of SAF being Petro SA. And we did make a commitment at that point that we will keep the committee updated in terms of the developments. I think we did there was kind of a lapse in that particular commitment, because it now took the committee to write to us requesting that update. That is not the standard that we aspire to as the AGSA. We aspire to keeping up to our commitment that we have made to the stakeholders, specifically the Parliament as the primary stakeholder to which we need to be sharing our audit messages. So I just want to, in that regard, just want to apologize that we did not come to the committee to update the committee in time, specifically with regard to the developments on the audit of SAF, because the committee was sitting, yes, asking yourself what is happening in that regard. I hope with those few words, Chair, the committee will forgive us, and then we'll move forward in terms of trying to improve on our processes and also keeping it up to date with our commitments. Through you, Chair, I will then hand over to Dorothy, who is leading the team from the team that is going to be sharing the message with us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Phumlani. Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members and all the members in the meeting. My name is Dorothy Rampopo. I'm leading the team from the Gauteng Business Unit. I will not reiterate what Phumlani has already stated. However, just to also further amplify the fact that the consolidation audit for SAF was delayed due to issues relating to the submission of the financial statements for Petro SA, which is a significant subsidiary, and the entity could not finalize their processes in terms of submitting to us so that we can audit the consolidation. With myself, without wasting any further time, Chairperson, I have Msizi Mavundla, who will take us through the presentation for NECSA, and he will be followed by Belinda Bedi, who will take us through the presentation for SADPMR. Thank you.
We see the slides, we can't hear the voice behind the slides.
Good morning to you and your members and the colleagues present. My name is Msizi Mavundla, one of the senior managers was responsible for the audit of NECSA. Am I audible, Chair?
You are audible, but we see the wall, we can't see your face. Yeah, we see your face now. Okay.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Lufuno, we can move to the second slide. The slides, Chair, deals with our mission and vision. If one looks at our mission, Chair, just to highlight that what we are, to say we have a constitutional mandate as a supreme audit institution of South Africa, where we say we exist to strengthen our country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, governance in the public sector through auditing, thereby building public confidence. And I believe one of these exercise that we are doing now, it's part of the enabling oversight, and also a bit just to make sure that you and your committee, where you need to hold management and accounting authorities responsible in terms of accountability, you can do that. And in terms of the vision, I think it is there. what we aspire to do in terms of to say we want to be recognized by all our stakeholders as the relevant supreme audit institution that enhances public sector accountability, as I've highlighted, which is also included as part of our mission, Chair. We can move to the next slide, Funo. The next slide, Chair, is just to highlight in terms of our mandate, where our mandate is coming from. It is highlighted there by the Constitution section 188 and all the other sections in terms of all the other sections that are highlighted there. I'm not going to go into detail on this slide. We can move, Funo. Then the second slide, Chair, is just to highlight to you and your members in terms of the amended PA Public Audit Act, Chair, which brings in the concept of material irregularity, where if you look at it at the heart of it, it talks about that the material irregularity has to do with non-compliance with those laws and regulations, or any legislation as it's put in there, or fraud, theft, or breach of fiduciary duty. And the important part is that it must be identified during the audit, and it must result, or likely to result in a financial loss or misuse of material public sector resources, or cause substantial harm to the public institution or the general or the general public. I think what is important to note is that the entities that we are looking at today, being NECSA and the State Diamond, those two entities, we are not applying this PAA as yet, because we've, as an organization, we've taken a view that we need to take a stepped-in approach, or a phased-in approach, and when one is looking at this material irregularity or the amended public act. And move telephone. Then in terms of what we're going to focus on, just to first, this is an introduction slide that talks about the audit outcomes overall, where we've highlighted the five types of audit outcomes that an auditee could get out of an audit. The first one, which is which we encourage all the auditees to aspire to, being that an unqualified opinion with no findings, which is then called the clean, which means that the entity was able to account properly. When one looks at the financial statements, there were no material non-compliance with laws and regulations. And also when one looks at the audit of the performance report or the predetermined objective, we did not identify any material findings in terms of or not what the entity has planned to do is correct, and they are reporting correctly on what they plan to achieve in terms of the target. Then the second one being that financial unqualified opinion with findings. This one deals with the issues whereby the entity is either, when you look at the financial statement, we came in, we audited, and we had identified issues in terms of we identified material misstatements that needed to be corrected through the audit process, or it could have happened that the entity did not comply with laws and regulation, or the audit of the predetermined objective. We find some issues there in terms of either the SMART criteria or in terms of how they've reported their performance for the year. Then the third one being the qualified opinion. The qualified opinion here, and this one would generally have also a non-compliance with laws and regulation. And in this case, it would be where us as auditors, we've audited and we've identified with one or two line items in the financial statement, where we said, when we looked at the financial statement, that line item is either not correctly reflected in terms of it being accurate, complete, or whether if we're talking about coming things from the statement of financial performance, where we said some of the assets or any of the liabilities, we've got issues in terms of whether or not they are there, where we verified them. Then you've got the adverse opinion. The adverse opinion also comes, again, will definitely have issues in terms of material non-compliance with laws and regulations, where we'll have issues where you look at the financial statement overall, where you say, look, information has been provided to us, but whatever we are auditing for majority line items in the financial statement, we are finding errors. So this one deals with a lot of errors in in the financial statement. Then you've got a disclaimer opinion, which here, us as auditors, what we are saying here is we cannot express an opinion in what is being actually in the financial statements of the entity. And just to stay on the slide, looking at the entities that we're going to be focusing on, the being the NECSA group, and also the state diamond. So in one of the entities being NECSA, we ended up with the opinion then of the disclaimer opinion, where we are saying overall, if you look at the financial statement of that entity as auditors, we're saying we cannot really really comment or say in terms of the accuracy of those sets of financial statements. And then the state diamond is sitting with financial unqualified opinion, meaning it's a financial unqualified opinion with findings, meaning we are at a certain point we're able to conclude on those financial statements. However, we've got issues that deals with compliance with laws and regulations. Belinda will touch on that part when she gets into that slide. Chair, I believe when in the last portfolio committee, when we presented the audit outcomes, we touched on this slide in details. It's just to highlight the movement, the chair, in terms of if you compare between 2019-20 and 2020-21, looking at the entire portfolio for the entire portfolio falling under the mineral resources. As you can see, this slide, what was showing then was that the audit of SAFE was not completed, was not what we call table as it, as I believe it's still not tabled. As the case in the slide that we presented in the last portfolio committee, was just showing as it was still reflecting as outstanding. If one again sit back on this slide, because you can conclude that the portfolio is not moving in the right direction, in a sense that you are sitting with in the prior year you had two audits that were clean, which is the state diamond, and in the current year you are sitting with just one audit which achieved that clean opinion. So overall, the area that many of these audits within the portfolio are sitting at is the unqualified with findings, and then just with NECSA, where the issues regarding the disclaimer are still there. So if the portfolio committee has to focus its attention, or one of the questions that needs to be asked is that how do we get some of these entities to move to the area where we're sitting with unqualified with no findings. Going into the details for NECSA, what we've done, just can stay on the slides. Going to the details for NECSA, what we've done on this slide was to look at NECSA overall as a group, because in the group you've got NECSA, and then you've got the NTP group, then you've got PELCAM that sits also as a subsidiary. There are other entities which are not reflected on this slide, because in terms of their significance, they are not that significant. Majority of them are sitting at dormant entities, which we are not reflecting on. In this slide, what we are showing here, we're showing two entities sitting again with the disclaimer, that being NECSA the group, and also PELCAM, where it's also disclaimed one of the entities within NECSA, which also received disclaimer opinion. And these entities have been receiving disclaimers based on this slide for 3 years, but it's over actually over 3 years. Then the entity that is sitting there with the yellow is the NTP group, which sitting with the yellow for 2018-19, 2019-20, the NTP group, which we had in the prior year in 2019-20, we had just identified one issue that had impacted their audit outcome, and they were able to resolve the issue in the current year. Hence, they were able to achieve a clean. And if we reflect back or take a step back from NECSA and look at the story that one can tell coming out of the group, we could say to ourselves there's some pockets of excellence in the group that is reflected by the audit outcome for NTP, and there's some work that needs to be done at NECSA and in order to make sure that we move the audit outcomes to at least to unqualified with findings, and we are saying to ourselves, what if one asks the question, what's the cause for NECSA and Pelchem to stay in the red? We attributing all those things, Chair, to the issue that there's been a slow response coming from management in terms of addressing the prior year findings, the issues that we've been raising as a concern, or the issues that we've been raising that are causing the disclaimer, and also what we're attributing the red to, or the disclaimers, is that there's actually lack of action plans in terms of making sure that those disclaimer issues are addressed. And Chair, also before we move on this slide, it's just a final thought, is that what we've also seen in the environment is that especially for the two entities that have received the disclaimer opinion, is that we've seen some culture shift. If one compares what we've experienced between 2019-20 to 2021, whereby I think the attitude of management has been shifted, and the experience was different, in a sense that some of the information that some of the issues that we used to struggle with, again coming in 2019-20, some of them were resolved. But unfortunately, they were not resolved to the extent that we were able to clear the disclaimer conclusion, Chair. Thank you. Next slide, Funo. The other key message, Chair, in terms of NECSA overall is that of a concern is that from a group point of view, we are concerned with the financial health of that entity. If you look at the financial health of that entity, is that you can see that they're sitting with negative cash flow, and also the issue that the entity is technically insolvent, and the issue, the fact that the entity has also recorded a quite substantial loss in the current year, and the fact that the entity is sitting with a high rate of debt in payment, even though we know that some of these debts are debts amongst debts among debt with entities within the group. So we're just highlighting that there's a need for management and the committee to focus on financial health of the entity, because this is an entity that should be able to sustain itself and not what we call depend more on the government coffers. Thank you. Next slide for now. I think, Chair, I've touched on the overall message. We're just highlighting the fact overall, if you look at the financials, the audit outcomes for NECSA, you are seeing an overall stagnation, because those two key big entities are sitting with the disclaimer opinion. And also, if you look at then the quality of the submitted financial statement, where we say it continue to be a concern, because of the fact that we are identifying material misstatement, or we are identifying the issues that leads to a disclaimer. And also, when you look at the performance information, or the audit of the performance report, where we are concerned about the quality thereof, where I think major to this, we are saying that management has not addressed some of the prior year issues that we've identified. If one looks at the performance report, we raised the recommendation around the KPI that was included, that it was not well defined, and we've said that in the prior year, and we came in the current year in the current year of audit, and we find that the issue was still the same, and hence we ended up again with that qualified conclusion when one looks at with the disclaimer conclusion when one looks at the performance report, Chair. Thank you. Okay, move on now. Then the slide is just to highlight in terms of then the quality of submitted financial statement overall, where we are. because Chair, that's the start of everything else. We get these financial statements and then we are able to audit. And if one looks at also some of the issues that at times causes delay in terms of us finalizing the audit, it is around this issue whereby the submitted financial statements are not done on time. For the group, what we've seen is that also an improvement in the current year is that the group was able to submit the financial statement on time, except for, I think, for NECSA, where there was a bit of a challenge, but however they were able to submit the financial statement on time. And we're also highlighting, Chair, that the quality of that financial statement that was submitted was poor, as we're saying that financial statement submitted without error, where we said no. And then looking at from a group point of view, where we say quality of the final submission of the audit with no material amendments, we're saying no. And in the analysis table below, we're just highlighting the issues, Chair, in terms of NECSA, the group on its own, the issues that affected, that led to the disclaimer, Chair. We're highlighting only the 5 there in the bullet points, but there were quite a number of them that led to a disclaimer, because overall, I think if you look at the audit report as table, Chair, you'll see that you with over 17 to 18 what do you call disclaimer paragraph there in the audit report, but we're highlighting only those 5 there in that bullet point, those ones that led to the disclaimer conclusion. Then this slide is just to highlight in terms of the credibility of the performance report. Again, as highlighted earlier, where you see we've got a lot of no's in terms of the performance report submitted without errors. Performance report adjusted for material misstatement to improve reliability. As you can see, Chair, overall, if one looks at the performance report for the entity, you could see all the no's. And again, as I've mentioned, the issue here is just management and needing to act on our recommendation, just to make sure that that indicator that is put in there, or KPI that is put in there, the KPI is well defined, and there are methods and processes to make sure that they are able to collect the information that they need to report on for that KPI. Compliance with laws and regulation. On the left, Chair, we are highlighting the compliance areas that we've identified for the group, being on the annual financial statement, the procurement and contract management and expenditure management, consequence and revenue management. Then on the right, on the graphic, Chair, we're just highlighting just an overall improvement from the entity, where about 91% of the auditees within that entity were able to comply with laws and regulation, except for the 9%, the 9% which is made up of NECSA and NECSA and PELCAM. And just to also highlight, if one looks at then the annual financial statement, where we are just highlighting the issues that caused that non-compliance, and those issues are related, Chair, as I was unpacking the audit outcomes, those issues are related to the issues that affected the disclaimer. And on procurement and contract management, we've identified instances where the procurement processes were not followed. Then on expenditure management, what we are concerned about there is that you've got some instances of irregular expenditures that were not prevented, just to highlight the amount that we've identified and is highlighted in the financial statement. And also the fact that on expenditure management, because of the disclaimer, Chair, we are not able to satisfy ourselves, Chair, that the resources of the public entities were utilized economically. So what we are saying there, Chair, is that if you look at the disclaimer, because whatever we had limitations in terms of obtaining some of the information, because we were sitting also with issues in terms of some of the key items in the financial statement. So in a sense, we are saying we cannot tell, Chair, that the entity has utilized the public resources economically. Then we've got consequence management, where we're just highlighting the issue that for some of these irregular expenditures that was there in the prior year, we could not find evidence that there was disciplinary steps taken for the officials that we found we have caused or incurred this irregular expenditure. Then on revenue management is the issue that I've highlighted as we're speaking about financial health, where we found that there's an issue in terms of collection of data, Chair. So hence we highlighting that paragraph on the financial statement. On the analysis of irregular expenses, you can see, Chair, we've got the two entities that we've highlighting there. It is an encouraging picture in a sense that if you look at the overall irregular expenditure, it is decreasing, even though the decrease is not a substantial Chair, but it is encouraging that it is decreasing. So there's a need, Chair, just to continue for the entity to make sure that we continue to decrease this issue of irregular expenditure, because if you look at the irregular expenditure overall, the decrease thereof, it means that we are able to deal then with the issues that are sitting with compliance with laws and regulations. Chair. Can you move the phone now? Phone, can you move? Chair, the next slide then deals with the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The story is the same here, which is an encouraging story coming from the entity's point of view, where we are seeing also a decrease in terms of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. In this case, it's a substantial decrease. And it is encouraging. I think the entity must continue just to make sure they monitor this area, even though at NECSA it is increasing. We just need to make sure that we continue just to monitor this area so that we can totally eliminate the issues of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, because fruitless and wasteful expenditure in its nature, it means that we did not get the benefits thereof. Hence, if you've paid interest and penalties, you haven't gotten the benefit. You've just paid money to someone without the relevant benefits. Next slide. Chair, the next slide then reflects on the assurance providers. If you look at it overall, how we've rated the assurance providers, the 5 assurance providers being senior management, the accounting authority, and the accounting officer, and the executive authority, and internal audit, and the audit committee. Here, Chair, our biggest concern again, and if you look at the audit outcomes, hence the rating for senior management, we would say they provide the limited assurance, Chair. The issues are related to the issues of the disclaimer, because all what this disclaimer reflects is that there's a need for the environment to improve or to establish or to implement some of the basic internal controls that will ensure that whatever we put in the financial statement is something that can be supported by valid supporting document, and whatever we put in the performance report is something that something that can be verifiable. Is performance that all that within everybody within the entity can track. So our concern again is around then the internal control and environment that is reflected by the audit outcomes, that being the disclaimer, Chair, because it reflects that the basic internal control in the environment needs to be improved. Hence, that's why we rated the other assurance providers like that. And if you look at, if you go back to the slide, if you look at this slide, Chair, related to the slide I've just presented on governance, Chair, and financial reporting, again, that is related to the issues that we've identified in the financial statement, where you say there's a need for, for all those areas, there's intervention that is required in terms of all those 3 areas, Chair. To make sure that we can move the audit outcomes to the right direction. Next slide. Chair, if you look at then the 3 root causes that we've attributing this audit outcomes to, I've highlighted on the first one, the slow response and the lack of action plan, and the third one being the no consequence for poor performance management. And again, Chair, if you look at the third one would say, how come the entity has been receiving disclaimers for the for the past 5 years, then the question is, what has happened to those individuals who've been responsible for the financial statement, or those individuals who've been responsible for the areas that we're talking about being performance management? Because if we are receiving disclaimer opinion somewhere, somehow, it means there's a lack of internal controls in the environment, and then those individuals who are entrusted to implement or develop and implement internal controls, what has happened to them? Hence, we are highlighting then the third cause that deals with then no consequence for poor performance management. Next slide. Chair, this slide is just to highlight the recommendations that the things that the entity must implement in terms of in order to improve the audit outcomes. What will be important, Chair, and it's the question that we need to address, is that then how will your committee, Chair, monitor these recommendations to make sure that when the entity comes back to you, they're able to account for each of these individual recommendation, or they're able to say, when you ask them, what have you done? What is your progress in terms of you implementing the Auditor-General's recommendation? Chair, I will just highlight on that to say what we are saying there, Chair, is a question that could be asked and as a recommendation to management, where we're saying the accounting authority should strengthen the preventive controls to identify non-compliance and lack of improvement in audit outcomes. So your committee, Chair, how they come in this recommendation, and the question they ask is that is for management to provide some assurance that they've addressed some of the basic controls that are in the environment, in particular the ones that deals with the ones that deals with the audit matters or audit report paragraph that we've reported upon in the audit report. And in the second one, we say the accounting authority must thoroughly review and develop action plan to ensure that they address the root causes. Chair, we've highlighted those 3 root causes. So in terms of then the action plan, the committee must then probe management in terms of the action plans that they've developed in terms of the slow responses, the consequence management. They must provide assurance in terms of what they've done to make sure they are able to improve that picture. And we on the third one, we're talking about the accounting authority continuing to do their work through the audit committee to make sure that they review the financial statement adequately. Here, Chair, in terms of the recommendation, we are also noting that the audit committee does do the review. So the management, when they come through, they will need to provide then your committee, Chair, if you ask the question, to say what is it extra that they have done just to make sure that they improve the quality of the financial statement. Then we talk of monitor performance and consequence management. And the question is, I was asking it, Chair, to say we are sitting with disclaimers for the past 5 years. The question is, what has happened to those individuals that are responsible and trusted for developing and implementing internal controls? So the committee could be asking the question that says, what is it that you've done to make sure that there's consequences for those individuals who are causing the disclaimer opinion, or for those individuals who haven't implemented the basic internal controls to prevent the repeat disclaimers, Chair. So that's how, Chair, if one looks at the recommendations and how that could be applied in order to make sure that we can improve the audit outcome. Chair, that concludes my part. I will then hand over to Belinda to do the state diamond, Chair. Thank you.
Well, I'm upside down. Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the members. I have no idea. I'm seeing myself upside down. I don't know if you're seeing me upside down as well. I'm dealing with the audit outcomes of South African Diamond and Precious Metals Regulator. My colleagues sometimes refer to State Diamond. But just to be clear, we are dealing with a Diamond and Precious Metals Regulator. The audit outcome for the regulator and this entity regressed, unfortunately, to a financially unqualified with findings on compliance as well as predetermined objectives. The main reasons for that is the compliance findings that was raised on expenditure management, procurement and contract management, as well as the financial statements. We identified some material errors on the financial statements. Lufuno, if you can move to the next slide. In terms of the financial health, what we would like to share with the committee and yourself, Chair, is I think a similar message that Msizi shared is although in the entity's case, we're not highlighting that going concern is a challenge. However, the entity is quite dependent on the department for grants and for its funding, and their own generated revenue is not currently sufficient to cover their operating expenses. So that is just something to note that they do need to improve on going forward. When it comes to the financial statements, the entity is doing well in submission of financial statements. They do submit on time. However, we did identify some errors on the financial statements. Management were, however, able to correct those, which then resulted in the entity receiving an unqualified opinion on the financial statements, but it does then impact on the compliance matters that's reported in the audit report. In terms of performance reporting, it did have findings on the annual performance report. Just to provide a bit of background, it was limited to the first quarter or the annual performance plan that was tabled, the initial tabled annual performance plan. Subsequently, the entity did revise the indicators as it was set out in the revised annual performance plan, and those indicators were found to be useful and reliable. So the matters that were reported in the audit report as far as it relates to the annual performance plan was really limited to quarter one, where we identified that some of the indicators were not well defined and the method of calculation and source information for achieving the planned indicators were not clearly defined. However, management were able to correct it for the remaining quarters that we reported on for 2021. The key matters in terms of compliance that we want to highlight is on the financial statements. I've mentioned that we did identify some material misstatements in the financial statements, which management were able to correct. Then for expenditure management, the entity were not able to prevent irregular expenditure. And as far as procurement and contract management is concerned, some goods and services were procured without obtaining the necessary price quotations, and some contracts were extended without approval of a properly delegated official. So those are the non-compliances as we reported in the audit report. We're including an analysis of the irregular expenditure. So you can see there was a bit of an increase in the current year. And the main contributor to that balance of irregular expenditure of 16 million is the fact that the entity did not have a bid spec committee in place, which meant that all bids that was then concluded during that period was found to be irregular, which is why there's irregular expenditure amounting to 16 million for the current year. In terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, there is a reduction there, which is a positive for the entity compared to 1920, where fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounted to 16,000. The entity only incurred 3,000. So that is quite also a positive to see that they are moving in the right direction in reducing the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Supply chain management, I think I have touched on this as we discussed the compliance, but just again to indicate the findings related to some goods and services that were procured below 500,000 without obtaining the required quotes. Contracts were amended and extended without the necessary approval. And then, as mentioned, the bid spec committee that was not in place, which also then resulted in the irregular expenditure that was incurred by the entity. When we're looking at the assurance providers, again, we're looking at senior management, the accounting officer, executive authority, internal audit and audit committee. For most of them, we are saying they provided some assurance as this relates to the findings that was identified in all three areas of the audit, being the financial statements. We had the findings on the performance report as well as compliance matters. An internal and audit committee, also just to provide a bit of context, the board is fairly, for the 2021 financial year, the board was newly appointed. They weren't in place for the entire financial year, which also then just contributed to them providing some assurance, and the audit committee as a subcommittee of the board. Looking at the internal control deficiencies that we're highlighting, the key one that we really say the entity need to focus on is in terms of the review and monitor of compliance, as well as the reporting, just to make sure that when the financial statements are submitted, those are accurate, complete and credible, and for the entity to closely monitor compliance matters, especially around the supply chain management area. I think the root causes, again, what we are highlighting here is the preventative controls was not necessarily in place. So it's always better to be proactive instead of reactive to audit findings. So I think management just need to closely look at how they can strengthen the preventative controls in the entity. Also adequately reading and monitoring the controls over the financial statements. And then the implementation and development of an action plan. So firstly, to develop the action plan that will address the current year audit findings and closely monitoring those to ensure that the repeat findings is not raised in the next financial year. I think it also speaks to the recommendations. It's similar to the root causes. It's just to address, like I've mentioned earlier, it's really to strengthen the preventative controls within the entity. We're mentioning the action plans, very specific in terms of the matters that's being reported in the management report, so that management can make sure that they develop those action plans and that those are adequately monitored by the governance structures, by internal audit as well as audit committee and all oversight. And then when it comes to the financial statements, all assurance providers their role for management to prepare and review. And again, I think for the audit committee, just to strengthen that assurance over the review process of the annual financial statements. And then, of course, if there is any matters that is not going as planned, for that consequence management to take place in the entity. Chair, I think that's it for the regulator. I'll hand back to yourself for any questions or comments.
AG, are you done?
Good morning, Chairperson. Yes, that's the end of the presentation from our side. We will welcome any questions and clarification from the members as well as yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, AGSA, with your report. Honorable members, there is the take. You can have it, a bite, both the presentation and also the first part with regards to the status of SAF. I'm trying to check any hands. Okay, I see the hand of Honorable Mailem. I see the hand of Honorable Matogwe. I see the hand of Honorable Kola. I guess those are the only hands that we have for now. I will come, AG, towards the end. Honorable Mailem, Honorable Matowe, Honorable Kola. Just keep writing the questions or comments that honorable members are making, and you will respond AGSA later on.
Chairperson, thank you very much for the report, AG, and it's much appreciated, late as it is, and I'm not blaming you for that at all. I have a couple of concerns. The first, Chair, is to you. In the documentation, and I might have missed it, but I don't think so, we did not actually receive the annual report. We've received presentations on the reports, but not the actual annual report. And if I've missed it, then I apologize. But if not, could that be made available, please? Because it's helpful to drill down into the details. I have just one question for the AG, and that is with relation to both entities. What is the status of the entities as a going concern? Could you update us on that, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to everyone that's in the meeting today. I'd also just like to thank the AG for the report. I think mine, it's a matter of concern after having gone through the entire presentation and also having listened to the presentation from the AGSA as well, specifically on the issue of there being no consequence management and no one ever being held accountable for taking our entities or mismanaging our entities. For example, NECSA has been receiving questionable audit results for the past 2 or 3 years. And it is also stated in black and white that one of the reasons, or the main reasons, that the entity has not improved is primarily because of management, that they have been slow to respond to some of the recommendations that have been made to them. There are no action plans, none whatsoever, and there's no consequence management. And what we usually do is that when people underperform or they do not do their duties, none whatsoever, we go for changing boards, or we wait until the term lapses. And those that were responsible for actually plunging our entities are never held accountable. And I think to a certain extent, as the committee, we need to speak to that in terms of we need to investigate the people that are responsible, because you hear here, for instance, that financial statements were not up to the standards that they were supposed to be. Procurement processes were not done according to the law. And I do not hear that there's been people that have been held accountable. I've not heard that there are investigations to that. And I think that it is extremely important that whether those people are in office or not at this point in time, they were not volunteers. They were employed to do work. They were given responsibilities and they were given salaries as well. And if they were not able to do that work, whether they're in office or not, they must be held accountable. We cannot always keep saying that there are no consequence management at the level of entities, but even as the committee, which is responsible for oversight and holding entities and departments accountable, we never really put it in black and white that there must be consequences. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kola, coming.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to you as the chair, greetings to colleagues in the portfolio committee, the DG of the Department of Standards on the platform, and the AGSA. Chair, let me start first by welcoming the presentation that has been made by the Auditor-General office. And I must say, Chair, that I can't wait for a time when, as the portfolio committee, will then be calling all these entities to come and account on these audit outcomes. Let me say it up front, Chair, that I echo the statement made by Honorable Mato, that I think this presentation by the AG paints a very gloomy picture about the state of management in some of our entities. I think the fact that some of them are even slow to respond to questions that have been raised in prior years around matters that will need to be attended to. And I think that that is unacceptable that we have got such. And and every time when the presentation is made by the Auditor-General's office, one of the red flags I always pick up, which cuts across many of our entities, is a problem of serious lack of consequence management. And I would want the Office of the AG maybe to give an advice on how would handle such. When it comes to NECSA, I saw that there was a decrease in irregular expenditure from 34 million to 32 million. And I think the AGSA was commending such. I think from 34 million to 32 million, we can still be able to take it slightly lower, because still if irregular expenditure has moved from 34 million to 32 million, in my own view, that is still highly unacceptable, that it needs to be dealt with on a serious note, Chairperson. And I think back to my initial point that I can't wait for us to be able to call these entities, but so that they must be able to account on some of these matters. Because I don't think it would be necessarily correct if we would ask many questions to the office of the AGSA, when in actual instance, many of the questions must be responded by those entities. So I would pause there and wait for a period where we call those entities so that they come and account on these audit outcomes. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. Maybe the starting point, I'm sure, let's say that AGSA, I like what you have opened with. In your, I'm not sure whether I was reading properly. There is somewhere where you talk about being the reliable accounting authority, and at some point, I remember I've defended you when even this committee, you were taken by the department or by some in the department to court, questioning the what do you call it? Questioning the authenticity of the audit outcome or opinion. I just have a few issues. Maybe let's start by saying, no, when a person says, I apologize, or yeah, what you said, it says to be recognized by all stakeholders as a relevant supreme audit institution that enhancing public sector accountability. I just overheard at some point, I think on one of the TV channels, that one of the entities of the state has taken you again to court, questioning and challenging the audit outcomes. And I think we should avoid a situation like that. But the most important thing, and I'm looking at your proposal on what is the mandate, and the point that honorable members are raising, when you talk about material irregularity, it says non-compliance with or contravention of legislation, fraud, theft, or breach of judicial duty. Those two are very strong and serious words. And then it says material financial loss, the misuse of loss of material public resource, or that is the impact that it has, substantial harm to public sector institutions. Now, I'm trying to go through this because I was following your audit outcomes on NECSA. Now, if you look at, when you talk about the group audit outcomes, and let me forget the overall, just ignore the overall. It's when you deal with the why. The why says, senior managers' slow implementation of the action plans from previous years in a timely manner has contributed to the entity not improving in the audit outcomes, especially in the areas of financial performance. But I look at the way forward. The way forward, on as much as the entity is on red line, is not responding to what I said is, to me, financial, what you call material irregularity. And I will assume that that talks exactly to that. But when it talks about and I think it's a point that we have to put our concentration. I like your overall message. I think it gives a sense, although some might say at least there is some degree of progress. But where I want to go is, if you look, maybe let's start there. Let's go to, if you look at your recommendations, and I think at some point we have heard this thing. In fact, I want to start on root causes. It says slow response from management to address the audit findings. Now, to me, it's no different from, if you look on the initial point, then it says lack of proper action plans to address audit findings. Then it says no consequence for poor performance management. But when you look at recommendations, I'm not sure whether I'm reading properly. When you look at recommendations, nothing talks to the key. Please bear with me, I might be wrong. I'm trying to fit the root causes. It says accounting authority should strengthen preventative controls to identify non-compliance and lack of improvement on the audit outcomes. 2, accounting authority must thoroughly review developed action plans to ensure they address root cause. 3, accounting authority must continue to do their work through audit committees to ensure management and implement. And then it says monitor performance. But the truth of the matter is that your 3 root causes, and in my view, are not necessarily addressed on the recommendations. The point that honorable members are raising, that the level of accountability, it must be seen, and I understand, even in your point, you have stated what the AGSA has got, the powers that lies with the AGSA, including suggesting actions, the form of actions that has to be taken. I'm worried if an AG report, it seems to be so mild that it doesn't even have a word that says the executive authority must ensure that there is consequent application of consequence management to those who have made the institution to be where it is today. But I also understand, maybe that's another point. I also understand the fact that this is a far behind the new developments that have taken place now. For an example, an establishment of new executive or senior executive structures of the entities in the form of the boards, appointment of new executive or senior management in the form of an accounting officers, CEOs and CFO. But I'm saying, when I read this finding and I read what you have made above, especially summary of the 3 areas that are root causes of the current state of affairs, especially the financial state of the institution. I don't get a sense that it, to me, is emphatic enough for the powers that rest with the AG. And I think that's the point that also honorable members were trying to say, that it does not seem emphatic enough. The last two things, which is why I wanted us to go, I'm not sure AG, I'm not trying to be to ridicule, but I think as a public representative, I must raise my uneasiness with the report, especially on recommendations. I've read the recommendations on NECSA, but let's go to the recommendations again on SADPMR. It says accounting authority should strengthen preventative control and identify compliance. Accounting officer must thoroughly review, develop action plans, and accounting authority must continue to do its work through audit committees. Please, from where I'm sitting, these two entities are not the same. And if you look, for an example, in as much as there is unqualified audit opinion with areas of emphasis, that is SADPMR. When I look at the state, it's even in the state of disclaimer, you can't even make an opinion on NECSA. But when I look at the recommendations, it's like, to me, it's just to paste. The recommendations are the same on two entities that are not the same. Now, that's the reason I was saying, if we are going to the AG, and I'm not questioning the integrity of the AG, but wouldn't somebody who picks up this thing, wouldn't then say, no, but the AG, that is why you are able to say, let's go to court, because two entities, their performance is not the same. The SADPMR was only left with one small margin, probably, and it becomes a clean audit. But the recommendations on the two extremes are almost the same. If I read wrong, please clarify me. What is the difference between the recommendations on NECSA and the recommendations on because I had to go through this at night. I said, no, maybe I'm reading wrong. What and SADPMR. And I think that, to me, it's if me sitting from where I'm sitting, I read it wrongly, please accept my apology. Maybe I don't understand, or I misuse or misread English. But I feel they are almost the same, absolutely very identical. There are four, and to me, all of them, they almost mean the same on two different entities. Is that really something? So that even these entities and the executive authority must be able to take the AG very seriously. That is one of my last point with regards to this. If please you can clarify me. But the last thing is that if you place 4, and I'm not saying you can have more, and these entities go back, and I think we have to hold them accountable and say, come and present to us on number 1 of the recommendations to number 4. But what if they come back and say, we have complied and we have done exactly what you say on up to number 4, and then still they don't meet your good books in terms of achievements on good financial outcomes? That, to me, also, if you can clarify some of those things, AG. As I said, take no offense, but I don't think I will sit here and not raise areas that I think, to me, they're a little bit blurring. Let me give it to you then.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. I will start with, firstly, Honorable Malam's question on the status of the going concern for the 2 entities. NECSA, we definitely do have issues of going concerns that we have highlighted subsequent to the overall message indicated in the slides. the entity is struggling with issues of financial health, and we have emphasized the matters relating to the financial health of the group, and also highlighting the fact that NECSA is technically insolvent and illiquid. When it comes to State Diamond, there are no financial health issues that we have identified and raised in our report. I hope that clarifies the two questions. With regards to Honorable Madoko's question, issues relating, it's more of a comment relating to the issues of consequence management. We have indicated to the entity that there has to be an elevated response to the area of consequence management to make sure that those that transgress in the environment are held accountable, so that there can be a reduction in the non-compliance issues as indicated, and also in terms of the diligence that is applied in terms of the financial statements that we receive for auditing purposes. On the question raised by Honorable Kula, it's more of a comment, and I do welcome the comment in terms of the request to actually have the feedback from the entities themselves in terms of accounting on what is it that they're going to do, taking into considerations the matters that we have raised with the audit process. The comments from the chairperson, Honorable Luzupo, I will start off with the area of the MI. I think you looked at our MI definition, and rightfully so, in terms of understanding what the MI definition says, and also trying to link it to what are the outcomes that are coming out, and it's not necessarily resonating with the definition there. As you have looked on the left, we have indicated that we have taken an approach, which is a phased-in approach, in terms of the implementation of the PAA amendments as the office. So NECSA as well as the State Diamond are not the entities that we would have applied the MI process on. But with regards to your concern around the issue of consequence management relating to the recommendations that you have put there, we were emphasizing the issue of consequence management at the entity, because the financial statements that were submitted had material misstatements on them, and we are saying to the entity that they need to address that, and it's the responsibility of the finance division to make sure that when they present those financial statements are free from material misstatements. And in the past, we've had numerous areas where we did not have even the supporting evidence for the audit process. And we are seeing that there is a slight response from management. There's an improvement in terms of the response to the matters that we would have raised in the current year, where we are being provided with information and we are able to audit. However, there were still material differences that we noted. In terms of the slow response on the, I think if you can go to the slide that speaks to the recommendation. The slow response is more speaking to, we linked it to the recommendation that we made in terms of the entity strengthening the preventative controls, as well as having credible action plans in place to make sure that they respond. That's how we are linking the two, to say that management is not making sure that those action plans are talking to the issues that we have raised. And when we raised findings in the management report, each and every finding has a detailed recommendation to management in terms of what is it that needs to happen, and also what is the transgression or the detail of the transgression to management. So they are adequately equipped with that information that they need to go and design action plans that can actually speak to the actual findings that we have raised. In terms of comparing the two entities, if I can also comment on that, to say that the SADPMR also equally had non-compliance issues in the current year, and the non-compliance issues also included the area of the financial statements. So when we raise the recommendations to management, they are equally the same, that management needs to go back and make sure that the financial statements are reviewed, and also there is consequence for non-compliance in the environment. And also the way issues relating to the predetermined objectives that we are saying that management needs to go back and address. So those matters, we are seeing an increase in the number of items that we are raising on the state diamond in the entity, but equally to say that the action plans that they need to go and put in place, it will be a distinguishing action plan that speaks to the areas that have been identified for the entity. For NECSA, it will be speaking to the areas particularly where there were issues of limitations from our side, where we were not able to express an opinion. Management needs to design a tailored action that says how are they going to make sure that in future each and every line item on the financial statement is supported by underlying records, and we are able to effectively audit those records. And in the state of SADPMR, it will be a tailored action plan that speaks to how are the matters on the non-compliance issues will be addressed, and also the differences that we noted when we audited the financial statements. How are those differences going to be made corrected going forward, so that we don't have material differences that needs to be corrected before we can conclude on the audit process. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, AG. I hope I'm not suppressing you, Honorable Madobe. I assume it's still the old hand that you forgot to lower.
That's correct. Let me lower it now. Thank you.
Let me. Any last word, Mr. Lufono?
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thank you very much to the committee for the engagements. And then, as we committed, we will always be available to provide the committee with the valuable insights that support the oversight function. Thank you.
Thank you very much, AG. As I always say, we want to work, and also we look forward to your guidance as honorable members. Most of us are not accountants. That's why I ask questions instead of giving my opinion. One lecturer once said, you must ask the law, don't question the law. So it is sufficient to ask your field of specialization. But again, I will make the plea. If you face with any challenges, and I must say this again, on the 1st or 2nd of June, if there is no entity, because all these entities, including the department, they know that by 31st May, they must have submitted their annual financial statements, or they must be ready for you during the period of April, May, to do, so that you can also meet your own deadline. So please, if you've got a problem with any entity, alert us in advance that this entity has not met the deadline of 31st May. And so that the person who's sitting in the office, the state will meet the deadline of 15 April and 15 May and 15 June for people who have not met their deadline on what they are supposed to do. So please alert us so that we can make it a point that everything is in line. We don't get by surprise that people have, it's simple because people have not met their deadline. By now, I'm sure they're sitting, they're working on their books, so that once the money is coming in on the 1st of April, as per the budget proposals, at the same time, they will be accounting for what they would have spent in the previous financial year. That is a basic exercise that, for me, I think we need to find a way to cooperate with one another. Secondly, I think we take the recommendations and note, and I think when we deal with, they will empower us, including how do we deal with the quarterly reports, which in my view now, reading what you said, audit committees must be able to guide us. And then we don't meet surprises every time we're expecting the AG. If audit committees continue to give us reports that says expenditure per quarter is correct and the outcome of the AG says something else, it means those people also would not have performed their duties to the maximum expectation of their areas of performance. So thank you very much, AG. And I hope next time, like you said, we will have a very smooth working relationship so that there is no diversion of attention from our real area and position of work. Having said so, can I now give NECSA? It's up to you, AGSA. If you want to pack your bags, you are released.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk. Sorry,
Mr. Nichols. DG, it's your entities both. I'm giving you, sorry. I don't want to be in trouble tomorrow. I saw the DG is present. Can I give to the DG? And then DG, you will give to both your entities, NECSA and SADPMR. My apologies.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to yourself, Chair. Greetings to the honorable members of the PPC on Mineral Resources and Energy, all the DDGs that are in the call, the support staff to the parliamentary committee and also ministry, all the colleagues that are in the call, including our media and our audience. Chair, we have the two entities that are going to present today, as the chair of NECSA is ready to start with their presentation. And greetings himself to the chairs, that are in the call, and also the CEOs and their respective executives that are in the call. Thank you very much for making time to come to account to the committee, because as you know that we have a duty and responsibility to come in account to the committee. Chair, I must say that without engaging on the previous conversation, we have taken note of all the issues that have been raised. Chair, I thought that it would perhaps be appropriate that before we can allow the entities to start with their presentations, we need to reflect very briefly. I must also highlight that it is not a detailed input that I'm going to make. It's just to highlight the challenges that we are going to be faced with, as we are aware that the petrol price, diesel, we are having a serious challenge in terms of prices. We have also covered this in your opening remarks. We met this morning almost a week after the military conflict between Russian Federation and Ukraine began. During the debate of the State of the Nation address, the Honorable Minister of the Department, His Excellency Mr. Mantashe, had warned that the conflict, which was brewing at the time, will present an unwelcome curveball for economic growth prospects. This conflict is responsible for a large portion of the increase in crude oil prices this year, because market analysts had concluded that the build-up of military equipment and personnel would end in real hostilities. This conflict, honorable members, is indeed having the consequences of huge increases in the fuel prices globally and will contribute negatively to the pockets of consumers and transport users in our country. Over and above the high crude oil prices, the diesel that should be destined for the global market is currently being diverted to the war effort, leading to an artificial diesel shortage globally in the middle of winter in the Northern Hemisphere. The implication for South Africans and indeed the rest of the world is that inflation will tend higher due to this conflict, and central banks may be forced to respond by hiking interest rates. The cost of going to work for the ordinary South African will increase, as we will witness this from tomorrow onwards. The outlook for April is not also encouraging. We certainly hope for an amicable outcome to this conflict. And so, Chair, that is the overview that we thought it would be appropriate as the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, as we are appearing before the PPC on mineral resources and energy. We should give this brief synopsis. With those few words, Chair, with your indulgence, I would like to invite the Chair of NECSA to kickstart with their presentation. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, TG. Thank you to the Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, and AGSA and others. I'll start just quickly introducing the team we've got from NECSA. We've got the Advocate Adila Chowan, who is the chair of our Audit and Risk Committee, the GC, the Group Chief Executive, Louis Tabashi, the CFO, Precious Hawadi, the MD of NTP, Tabo Tulani, and the MD of Pelchem, which is Umesh Natta. And in response essentially to the previous comments, I will make the first comment I'll make is that, of course, that team has entirely changed in the last year. A year ago, we had a different management team. So in terms of consequence management, you can debate this consequence management. We have, in a process of our restructuring, we have changed the executive management team significantly. I would also like to comment that while clearly the current status of the audit of 2020-2021 is unacceptable, no one's debating that, I will point from the previous year from 160 to 63. And so we are making improvement, and we trust we will get out of this situation in the audit about to start on this financial year. Also like to comment that in the going concern discussion, clearly it's a concern, but I will comment that when the new board was appointed, as you pointed out that 2 years ago, an entirely new board was appointed with no hangover from the previous board. The initial discussions was, could we even pay salaries for the year, up to the end of that financial year, that is 2 years ago, and we are now sitting having had no extra funding, and we have no bank loans on the company, and we managed to pay salaries, and we are still paying salaries, and this month we will end this financial year we believe, be able to pay full salaries without concern. So the going concern is clearly a threat to us. Looking a bit forward, and it'll come up later in the presentation, the previous business plan we submitted looked to turn the company around. This is about last year, looked to turn the company around into profit by around 26, 27. The current business plan that was submitted to the department yesterday, and it's presented in this presentation again, shows that we are projecting a loss of 23 million rand this year, which with a company overhead with a turnover of in the order of 2 billion rand is essentially breaking even. And we expect this year's outturn at the end of the financial year to be at least 15 million rand less of a loss than we projected in the business plan for this year. So with those issues, I'll just go through my comments. So I think I've covered the comments. We presented the same slide. I put the same slide to the last presentation, but we pointed out that in terms of management restructuring, the executive team has changed, and it is nice to announce that yesterday the board approved the confirmation of the managing directors of Pelchem and NTP. So I'm going to pass back to the CEO, Louis Tabashi, and leave the point that we believe we're making progress. We're taking the Auditor-General's views very seriously, and we believe that our current plan, which has been shared with him to respond to this issue, is appropriate, but I will leave that to be discussed with the CEO and CFO later. So with that, across to you, Louisa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, to the DG, the honorable members of the House, fellow colleagues. It is certainly, from our perspective, an honor to be presenting in this committee, accounting to the Portfolio Committee. And I'll be taking you through the several topics that are outlined up front here. It's not a very long presentation, and it will talk to the heart of the issues that have been raised by the Auditor-General. If I tee off from the highlights, I categorize the highlights for our institution threefold. One being that of Safari operations, because Safari is our reactor amongst the world best in terms of its operating track record, which we have managed to keep in operation even during the COVID-19 lockdown periods. That's the first area. The second area relates to the highlights on several items in our annual report, several innovations that have been made. And what we do is that as we do fundamental research, there are some of those that will remain as part of the body of knowledge, but there are some of those IPs that are developed that will be taken through to commercial operation. So we had quite a couple of those in terms of the fluorination process, in terms of the hexafluoride, lithium hexafluoride, with the 2 patents that we got, in terms of the patents related to gamma-emitting sources in detection of mining shrouds, which will help the mining sector. Also in terms of the developing the cost-effective and environmentally friendly process for converting the neodymium oxide to neodymium fluoride. So those are really related to the IPs that we have generated in the last financial year. Next slide, please. Then the third aspect, which is equally important, that we are a research institution, and therefore we need to create a credible track record in terms of our research, is that we have had several members obtain their PhDs, and it is important for an institution to have PhDs being maintained, because research is premised amongst that aspect. And then we had also the postgraduate support given to 2 external PhDs and 2 MSc students. We had Prof. Jan Rein, who achieved the B2 rating in terms of the National Research Foundation, becoming a B-rated scientist. He's among the 11 rated such at NECSA. So this is an important move. And the Research and Technology Division also produced contact research.
This is an area that we are driving, that we need to develop contact research for ensuring that the organization does not become a huge burden to the fiscus. We do contact research to find our operations. So we are moving well in that regard. If we can move on to the next slide. Then if I tee off the audit aspect as presented by the audit, by the AGSA, I want to just restate what they have said, that they have seen a culture shift in NECSA. They've had a different experience in terms of their interactions with us. The information flow was much smoother than the previous occurrences. The issues resolved, but not to the extent that we've moved out of a disclaimer. The financial health obviously is stated as still an issue, and the CFO will cover those in a bit of detail in subsequent slides. Irregular expenditure has decreased, but obviously not adequate enough, as it was raised by the Honorable Kula as well. And then the fruitless and wasteful expenditure drastically increased, and that is encouraging. Those are the positives that we have seen. If I also add my chairman's opening remarks, wherein we have changed the CFO, we have changed the MDs of the respective areas, we have restructured, we've appointed more than 80% of our structure, and we are well on our way towards stability. And we've also been able to cover ourselves as a going concern, as in this year we have not sought any financial support from the shareholder. So with the audit, we did receive a disclaimer in the 2020-21 financial year as outlined by the Auditor-General. And the issues and the audit findings that have been raised is a total of 63 in total. Obviously, not all of them contributing to the disclaimer. I think the AG mentioned about 17 or 18 of those. But this is a drastic reduction from the 160 as outlined by the chairman in the previous year. So we're seeing a fundamental shift in that we've reduced by close to 100 the issues that remain in paragraphs as raised by the AGSA. And we're looking at eliminating those that are related to us being in a disclaimer position. And we've thematized the issues that have led to the adverse finding of opinion. And these are related to human resource matters. And I must state that consequence management has happened. The people who never pitched up for being counted as being the employees of NECSA, we've disciplined them. The people who have not supplied the information as it was expected by the 31st of May, in terms of the auditing information, we've acted on them, and a whole lot of other things. So consequence management is at the heart of what we do. But the first thing that we're emphasizing is accountability, and consequence follows as a result of not delivering according to the plan. The opening and the closing balances, the CFO is well on track in resolving this matter or these matters, and the going concern as well is also part of that. The outputs aftercare asset, those issues were resolved as the audit was closing, and the AGSA can agree with us on that one. But it just made it to the report because there was not adequate time before the annual report was concluded. IFRS reporting also goes with the opening and balances, as all of these accounting-related issues. We had other admin issues, which are personally driven. I refer to them as own goals. We cannot afford to have those, and all staff is alerted to this issue, and that the audit becomes an important issue. And as we head towards becoming investment grade, these admin issues must become a thing of the past, and we're taking everyone to task who does not conform to those. And the Palchem subsidiary matters, and I think those that have been also covered and resolved. With the audit having been completed in October, this allowed us to have an audit recovery plan. This was also shared with the Auditor-General, and I think they provided their inputs. And I want to believe that they were confident that with what we are targeting to resolve and the manner we're targeting it will be adequate to take us out of the disclaimer position. However, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So when they come back, they need to see that what we're committed to do, we've indeed done. And then we wanted to have what used to be called in the past an interim audit, but we've soon learned that interim audit is no longer done. It's an early audit that the AGSA will be doing. And the AGSA has committed that by the middle of March, they'll be starting that early audit to resolve all these issues. To review and audit all these issues that we have put in our auction plan that are resulting in a disclaimer position. And our CFO and the AGSA are working very closely to make this early audit a reality. But I must state that as we move forward, we're riding the wave in that we've got a new team, a new focus, and a revived outlook going forwad. With that, I will hand over to the CFO, Precious Hawadi. Ms. Hawadi, over to you.
Good morning, honorable members. Chairpersons, honorable DG, and the committee. I think if we can flip presentation slides.
So, if you can try to move your position, you are not audible. Okay.
I'll do that.
Yes, we may proceed.
Yeah. I trust that I'm audible now.
Much better.
Thank you so much. So to take the committee through some of the issues that were raised in the audit period. So we, as the CEO had indicated, we had identified an amount of the 55 findings that we're currently working on resolving. And we have the 6 findings which stretch back, including the opening balances that were mentioned previously. So we will also touch on the items that had to do with irregular expenditure, as the AG also mentioned those issues. So just a bit of context is that with the irregular expenditure, there were 3 items which have since been resolved. One had to do with a contract which the service provider had not submitted an ISO certificate. So what we have since done with that amount and that contract, the amount of the 2.8 million, is we have subsequently cancelled that contract. The second issue on the irregular expenditure, which was an amount of the 3.5 million, which was part of the 8.5 million the AG was referring to, is an amount which we are going out on tender. It had to do with specific services from Telkom. And the third item had to do with one contract, which if we had cancelled it at that point in time would have resulted in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. However, we are still addressing that. However, in terms of the slide before us, with the opening balances, indeed, we have been engaging with the AGSA to resolve the matters on the opening balances. And what we have agreed as part of that process is to produce balance sheet reconciliations, which will then ultimately start resolving opening balance issues. And in that vein, our hope is when the Auditor-General comes to do the early audit, which is starting in March, we should then have a good sense of the feel of the opening balances. Then if we look at the issues around the employee verification, which the CEO had made mention of, with the employee verification, we have put in employees are aware of the need to verify themselves that has been driven throughout the entire organization. The 55 findings are the ones which are detailed and relate to the items in the action plan, which the GCEO made mention of, that we have shared these actions with the AGSA. And what we are doing is that on a bi-weekly basis, we are monitoring the actions and the resolution of these actions so that by the time the Auditor-General comes to perform their audit, these items would have been resolved. If we can go to the next slide, please. So if we look at the financial position, and this is where the AG made mention of the loss position that they had picked up with the entity. So looking at 2020-21, we're aware that there was the loss of the 49 million that was presented there. And this is in terms of the balance sheet state. And what we are doing quite intentionally at this point in time is ensuring that we have put in place a program to rehabilitate the balance sheet. So the manner in which we are doing that is through a uranium recovery project, whereby the intention is to ensure that we can get to the stage where our assets will ultimately equal our
CFO, I think lost you somehow. I can take it from here in the meantime that she's not here. So with the balance sheet rehabilitation, the uranium recovery project is what we aim to both be able to rehabilitate our balance sheet as well as be able to improve our finances, especially the corporate side of the business. The group side in terms of equity still remains positive. If we can move on to the next slide, please. Well, Ms. Hawadi will tell me when she is back. And then as it pertains to the statement of comprehensive income, we've come out with a loss, substantial loss of 219 as a group. And this is not sustainable. We have acknowledged this as a group, and this negative trajectory cannot be sustained. And we've embarked on the rationalization drive and revised strategy to reverse this path. And the focus is primarily on cost containment, on revenue increases, and improving efficiencies and leveraging on the synergies that we have. And if you can move on to the next slide, please. And as we move to the performance in terms of the program areas, also how we've performed on our programs for performance, we performed at about 57% success, wherein several of the measures were not met, as they are shown in the red. I will not go in detail on them because now we are in terms of how we'll move forward. But suffice to say that on the commercial programs, which talks about NTP and the MOLI share, if you can just go back, please. The MOLI share, or let me say our share in the international market share has remained quite healthy, but we still need to improve on our revenue growth. Fluorochemicals, as it pertains to Pelchem, there's a whole lot of work that is needed to be done under the Pelchem group, and we need to improve our revenues and our performance of the plant going forward. And that is the essential part of our strategy now, in that the Pelchem strategy has been approved, as well as the NECSA strategies, and those talk together. And the manufacturing side, we have since dismantled Pelindaba Enterprises because it was not sustainable in the construct that it was operating. And we have embarked on a new path wherein we'll see our manufacturing part of the business being fully integrated to the group, but also we'll have a market-facing element which seeks to be the marketing arm only, not holding any assets as it pertains to manufacturing and the human resources. So there's a fundamental change on that one. On the growth, just a few items that have not been met on stage 1 D&D annual performance plans, as well as the revenue from impact areas on the research aspect. As well as the Pelindaba master plan, we need to look at that, and it's part of our focus as we move forward. We had an investment roadshow last week, and there is a huge interest in that Pelindaba master plan aspect, and I'm sure we'll deliver better in the upcoming years. The next slide, please. So if I really conclude, and the transformation cannot be ignored because both succession plan and transformation is very important, and I'm confident that with our recent appointments into the executive structure, which is where we set the tone in terms of transformation and succession plan, it sets the tone that gender and racial transformation are very important. And we're also looking at age as one of those issues that can bog the organization down. So in terms of conclusion on the performance on the program areas, is that our performance on program areas was not optimal in the previous financial year. We have revised the focus in this financial year in that we'll definitely perform better in terms of the percentage achievement compared to the previous year. And those niggly issues that the AGSA talked about in saying there was no clear proof that some areas have been performed, that gap will be closed because the body of evidence in all the areas that we deliver on will be the fundamental source of direction as we report on our outcomes. And we are improving on our high performance culture as well. And I think it's important just to state that as it pertains to one of the areas that have been spoken about and become topical from my understanding at the portfolio committee, is the Kitlapila Pharmaceutical Organization. We have the state-owned Pelchem. We have the state-owned Kitlapila subsidiary as a subsidiary of Pelchem. And this organization has been set up, and its mandate is really to localize the production of the active pharmaceutical ingredients for the burden of diseases in the form of HIV, tuberculosis, malaria, and other diseases. It is important just to cover in the next slide that we have actually made some strides in getting this company to be effective. But what we are doing internally is to reposition it, because it's currently in the chemicals platform. We are migrating it to the nuclear medicine platform so that when it pertains to pharmaceutical requirements, they fit in there. So in terms of the highlights, we have a positive recommendation from the South African Pharmacy Council for recording of the manufacturing of the pharmacy license. So this was an important milestone that we've achieved in the year. The agreements that we've got also with the medical devices OEMs for the production of the medical devices dossier for registration by Kitlapila. Dossiers have been received and they have been shared with the respective authorities. We've had the approval of the Kitlapila's corporate strategy, part of which is to realign it within the organization to be part of the medical portfolio, which falls currently under the NTP stable. And the key issue, and which is still a concern or a low light, is we need to finalize the offtake agreement with the respective departments. And we're working very hard to make sure that we've got an agreement in that regard as we move forward. But our fundamental approach as we position ourselves in the new strategy is to ensure that a business plan or a business case for Kitlapila is not only premised on set asides, but it's premised on a profitability from a standalone basis. And it would be amiss not to touch on our rationalization process that we've embarked on, wherein we have a strategy that has been approved, and it's a strategy that has really looked at the organization and the business fundamentally from the mandate to the vision to the mission, and the values that have been revised, in that we're looking at the 5 values, which is excellence, accountability, safety first, integrity, and innovation as our fundamental departure point as we move forward in becoming a financially sustainable organization with efficient operations and good governance. So the values become a launching point, and our staff is fully aware of this. Our labor is fully on board on the strategic framework that is in front of you. And the key pillars of the strategic framework are the financial recovery and sustainability, so that we can get out of the concerns that are related to going concern. Whilst we feel that we are a going concern, because that's how we prepared our financial statements, we need to also remove the doubt that has been raised by the AGSA and also by the members of the House, so that we are able to show that we are moving forward. Research and innovation is our fundamental mandate. As we are enacted by the Act as a creature of statute, we need to move forward in that. As I said, contract research is very important as an element of keeping ourselves afloat going forward. Profitable commercial enterprises, we've got subsidiaries in the form of Pelchem and NTP, and our view is that those must remain profitable. If an enterprise is not profitable and does not show any hope in the short term of becoming profitable, we need to close it and make sure that we move forward in reconstituting and reshaping our business so that all the different divisions are moving forward from a profitable basis. Business continuity and efficiency talks to reorganizing ourselves, ensuring that we have streamlined operations. We centralize areas that need to be centralized. We center lead areas that can be led from the center, and we decentralize those areas where we need direct and efficient response to controls and operations. And then talent excellence and high performance culture remain important in our business. Our people are our biggest asset, and we need to make sure that we continue to enhance their capability, and we continue to create a culture that is conducive to performance. Next slide, please. And as part of the shareholder compact, as well as the corporate plan that we sent yesterday to National Treasury and our shareholder, it's premised on those 5 pillars: financial sustainability, research, innovation, profitable commercial enterprises, business continuity and efficiency, talent excellence, and high performance culture. And on the right, those are really the measures that we'll be looking at going forward. And I'm confident that our team, our new team, is fully aligned to this vision. It is fully aligned in making this a reality in this upcoming financial year. I will not go into detail on those on the right. CFO, Ms. Howard, I don't know if you are much better now. You can take us through what we are seeing as an outcome of the revised strategy and corporate plan. Please give it an attempt.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, CEO. I trust I'm much better at the moment. So if we look at our projections going forward, what we see is there's a significant improvement in terms of our profit position. So the break-even position that was previously envisaged to take place in the year 25-26 will now take place in the next financial year, which is 2022-23. And we are driving, despite the negative 23 million, to still get to break even. And the manner in which we are going to achieve this and the efforts underway are especially concentrating on the expenses to make sure that we can curtail our expenses to the critical expenses, as well as looking at the revenue streams. So making sure that we have additional and diverse revenue streams. So what the committee will see is in the blue line item, that was the previously submitted corporate plan for 2021-22. However, the position has significantly increased and improved going forward, to the extent that we are now a month away from the end of the financial year. And as reiterated by the CEO, we have seen some positive movements and trajectories in terms of our going concern considerations. So the ultimate objective is to continue with this improved trajectory and ensure that we're able to minimize any losses that were previously projected. And from 2023-24 going forward, we then see a profitable situation of the 87 million, which will go into 107 million and 155 million in 2025-26, which we are confident of achieving with all of the efforts that are underway. So on that note, maybe let me hand back to the CEO.
Thank you very much, Ms. Howard. As a means of concluding, I want to state that NECSA has continued to uphold its mandate, recording successes in the performance of Safari from a global stature. And our IP developments are well as well as our ratings as a research institute. Performance against the program was not at an acceptable level, and we are working very hard to improve the performance in the current financial year to make sure that we move forward. And improving our operational efficiencies is part of our new strategy as we move forward. We recorded a loss for the previous financial year. This is being turned around, and as the CFO has just highlighted in the previous slide, whilst we saw a positive trajectory for our income statement much later in the years in the previously submitted plans, the one that we submitted yesterday shows a rapid change and a rapid improvement in that direction. And I want to state that our continued operations are premised on our new strategic direction, which has been shared with all the staff, the unions, the leadership, the shareholder, and all the requisite stakeholders, is premised on financial recovery and sustainability, because we are a business after all. Our research and innovation mandate, which needs to take our research from fundamental research to commercializing the research like we've done with the moly that NTP is currently trading quite profitably in the market, and also get some more contract research. Profitable commercial enterprises need to be profitable, and the key word there is profitable. Business continuity and efficiencies are very crucial in our operations, because we did identify quite a lot of duplications, which we have since addressed through our restructuring process that we have embarked on. Talent excellence and high performance culture remain those elements that are crucial to make sure that we can move forward sustainably into the future. With that, I will hand back to our chairperson, Mr. Nichols. Over to you. Thank you very much.
Sorry. So, thank you, Louisa. Zia, I've got nothing, I think, else to add to this discussion. I'll pass it back to the DG.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nichols. Over to you, Honorable Chair of the PPC.
DJ sodlala ngami. Usodlala ngami.
Okay, Chair, let's proceed. My apologies. Babam Kwemezulu, you can come in, sir.
Thanks, DJ. Thanks, Chairperson of the committee and committee members, DJ and colleagues. The CEO of the SADPMR, Mr. Cecil Khoza, will do the presentation, a summary presentation of what we have tabled as our annual report. To the chair and the committee members, our apologies for late tabling. It's not our make. But then before handing over to the CEO, I would like to address two issues. The first one is our performance for the financial year. It was less impressive because we were less than 80% of what we said we were going to do, but it's understandable due to the issues of COVID, and we had to revise down our targets in the first quarter. I think of serious concern as a board that we find ourselves in are the findings of the Auditor-General SA. We had quite a high number of findings. However, 62% of the findings that we had were issues of year-end. And I'm happy to announce that all the other issues, that is the 38%, the remaining 38%, we've been able to resolve them, and we've gone through them and we've finalized them, and we don't have problems in those areas anymore. The other issue that I would like to raise is the issue of irregular expenditure, how we've dealt with it. After getting irregular expenditure as per AGSA, we instituted an internal special investigation in the organization, and that special investigation in the organization recommended disciplinary processes. And I'm happy to announce that we finalized all the DCs and implemented the outcome of the disciplinary actions. What is left is just to inform the board of the results thereof. The last one is the concern that we currently have as we are approaching the year end. We don't have a CFO, and we have gone through the other SOEs in our stable to see whether they can be able to second somebody just to help us with the year end issues. Unfortunately, up to this stage, we have not yet received any help from our sister institutions. I'll pause there and ask the CEO to do the presentation. Thanks, Chair. Cecil? I think you're muted, Cecil.
Unmute you. Sorry, CEO, you might have muted the speaker. Check your speaker. I'm sure it's muted. You can hear us. Yes, check your speaker down there on your right-hand side. I'm sure it's muted. Chair, we seem to be experiencing a technical glitch now here with the CEO of.
I'm trying to check the mic and the and the camera are on, but there is no vibration of the mic to show that he's trying to speak. Mr. Kosa?
Sorry, Chair.
Mr. Kosa?
Chairperson?
Yes.
Yes, it's Matrosa here.
Yes.
I just had a conversation with CEO. He's going to log out and log in just now. I think he's got some technical problem.
Yeah, I see he has logged out. Let's hope he's gonna come back.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Otherwise, at some point, the chairperson of SADPMR was the CEO and the president. So I'm sure he can still improvise on a field that is familiar with.
I'm back, Chair. Am I audible now?
You are audible and seeable.
Thank you, but I still don't have any sharing rights. It says I'm disabled by the host.
Give him the hosting rights. At least you finally got the beaming rights.
I just did, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Chairperson and honorable members, the DG and fellow colleagues, as well as chairpersons of the board, thanks for the opportunity to allow us to present the annual report and performance of the SADPMR for the financial year 2020-2021. This slide gives a view of our geographic footprint and reach to our clients across the country. And I should emphasize that our footprint is based on the location of our markets, as we are mainly an entity that regulates the trading processes. Now, one will note that they are not necessarily aligned with the production centers, as one will normally assume. And we have also reported that we have been in the process of relocating to the OR Tambo precinct. And as of the 1st of September 2021, that has happened. As you see, I'm sitting right there at the moment. We also have a considerable presence in the Northern Cape, as well as Cape Town and Durban, as I've indicated earlier. I will now go to our main or core business, which deals with mainly diamond trade and regulatory compliance. Now here we're showing you our business units, which I would like to believe that we are now quite familiar with. We have two main core businesses or two branches. The first one being regulatory compliance, which is made up of licensing, transformation, precious metals inspectorate and beneficiation, as well as diamond inspectorate and beneficiation. Now, the diamond trade is made up of two divisions, which is the government diamond valuator, as well as the diamond exchange and export center. And the balance of the program is on administration or support services, which is corporate services, finance, legal services, and security risk management. Now, going to how these branches have performed, it is important to indicate that we had to separate the presentation into two slides. The first slide dealing with Q1, which was a quarter during which we had to, because of the impact of COVID, we were directed to adjust our targets accordingly, which we did, and approval was granted. And I should say that COVID had a huge impact on our performance, as seen with the low output during this quarter, whereby all programs didn't achieve their targets, as the office was closed during that time and only reopened in May. But then during the following quarters, we were able to recover significantly, although we're still facing those challenges. And non-achievement was mainly on 5 targets out of a total of 22. So 17 were achieved during that period. And the next slides will actually be dealing with those particular non-achievements and how we manage to deal with them and the constraints thereof. The first major setback was on a number of instances of non-compliance with the PFMA, and management put measures in place to deal with those non-compliances, such as training on PFMA, which was offered through Treasury, and where non-compliances were identified, action was taken to ensure that consequence management is implemented. We also had a revenue strategy that was being developed at the time, and the aim was to ensure that it is finalized by that period. However, due to some shortcomings, we were not able to finalize it at that moment. So we were not happy with the outcome of that process, as it was not finalized during the quarter. But I can mention that that has been finalized and is being implemented in the current financial year. There was also a non-performance with regards to percentage of signed performance agreements and work plans, which was due to officials that were suspended during the period, and in terms of practicality, they couldn't actually sign those agreements. And that has already been corrected. The other 2 non-achievements relate to enforcement actions that were undertaken. There were issues of non-compliance that were being dealt with between the regulator and the licensees to ensure that they meet the requirements of the charter. So those were dealt with afterwards. There's also the number of joint inspections with other law enforcement agencies. It was a little bit difficult during that financial year due to arrangements on the part of other agencies in the face of COVID. So our performance was hampered in that regard. I would just like us to look at the location where we are now. We had been operating in Joburg Central for quite some time, and it has been a problem in terms of security. Now, since we moved to the GIDZ, the problem has been alleviated. However, there are other teething issues that we are dealing with together with the landlord and our fellow tenants, issues around security within the precinct, because this current precinct is still under construction. Those issues have been raised with the insurers, and a lot of steps have been taken to close those gaps. And the board is being kept appraised of those processes. This picture is a picture of the new building. It's quite modern, and our clients are quite happy to be visiting this as compared to our previous location. Now, on legal matters, I would like to believe that we are familiar with the North Gauteng judgment, which was issued in September 2021 in favor of the Minerals Council of South Africa. In terms of that judgment, some very critical clauses of the Mining Charter 3 were set aside. And those clauses affect directly our sphere of influence or mandate, whereby the the critical elements of the charter that we implement will not be enforced anymore. However, it was agreed with the board that as an entity, we will continue to monitor the levels of transformation within the entity, despite the challenges or the setbacks that we had in terms of the charter. On human resource management, our total complement was 117 employees by the end of March, and predominantly with females, and majority of them being African. And the next slide shows statistics from senior management to the lowest levels. And in terms of HR, we continue to implement our internship program and the internal bursary scheme. And we can report that a lot of achievement has been made, where we recruited 10 graduates into our program. However, only 9 benefited from the program because there was one that received an offer elsewhere. And there's 6 staff members that participated in our internal bursary scheme. We're moving to financial statements, and I'll request our acting CFO, Usisiwe, to take us through the finances. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CEO. Good morning, members. As mentioned, I'll be doing a presentation on the annual financial statements. Our entity originally had an approved revenue budget of 120 million. I think I must mention that our revenue comprises of the transfer payment as well as the in-house generated revenue, which consists of mainly service fees, which recognized for services rendered to clients. The final revenue budget for the period under review was 132.7 million after the National Treasury allocated some adjustments to the entity. Our entity was given an additional transfer of 14 million, and that was allocated only in March 2021, which is the end of the financial year. So it remained unspent at the end of the financial year. And this 14 million was ring-fenced for the move to the GIDZ, which the CEO has spoken about. And then we move to revenue. The actual revenue recognized for the year was 121 million. Of which, from this 121 million, the 76.1 million relates to the transfer payment, and the balance of 45 million relates to the in-house generated revenue. And the in-house generated revenue of 45 million that we spoke about above here was below budget by 11.6 million compared to the budget of 56.6 million. The decrease in revenue generated was due to the less diamond traded at the Diamond Exchange and Export Center due to the impact of the lockdown regulation as a result of the COVID-19. As mentioned by the CEO, that in Q1 there was hardly or there were less activities than normal due to COVID. Okay, we'll move to the expenditure slide. The actual expenditure for the year was 105.9 million compared to the budget of 120.4 million. It reflects savings of 14.5 million. The expenditure is broken down as follows. The compensation of employees was 84.6 million. And then the other operating expenditure was 18.2 million.
Included in this operating expenditure, it's your office leases, the legal costs, audit fees, security costs, telecommunication costs, and other costs. We also have non-cash expenditure of 3.1 million. This refers to your depreciation expense, adjustments to debtors impairment, and fair value adjustments. We also noted that the actual expenditure against the budget was less due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which resulted in less physical business activities as a result of the restrictions. So here we saw some savings because some events were attended virtually. Even some business like inspections were done virtually, as well as the cost containment measures contributed to the savings. At the end of the financial period, our entity reported a surplus of 15.2 million as compared to the 1.6 million in the previous financial year. We will note that the variance is plus minus 14 million. So it results from that additional funding of 14 million, which was received at financial year end from the department, as it remained unspent at the end of the financial year. Okay, the next slide. Here we are showing a comparison of the financial performance as it was explained above. So the approved revenue budget was 132.7 compared to 127.9 in the previous financial year. The transfer payment was 76 million compared to 64 million. We can see the significant increase there due to the additional funding. The sale of service fees, 45 million compared to 45.9 million. So we can see a reduction of plus minus a million there. And then expenditure, it's 105.9 million compared to 108 million. We can note the savings on that total expenditure there. That brings us to the end of the presentation on the financial statements. Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Busi. Chairperson, I would like to now address the issues around our regression in terms of our audit findings or audit outcome. We were,
but it's not only on Mondays, but sometimes.
Is the voice at the back? Thank you. Chairperson, we were very disappointed to have had this regression, but I think it's important to indicate that when we were engaging with AG, there were issues that we were in a common agreement with in the previous financial years. And it was the same AG team that was auditing our reports. Unfortunately, when the major aspects were audited, especially on the areas where irregular expenditure was identified, AG went back a few years. In a case where we didn't have a bid specification committee, there was an agreement or an understanding with National Treasury that it is not important for our entity to have such. However, AG couldn't agree and they had to go back 5 years. And that raised the figure to what we see now, to the 13 million that was being mentioned. And that had a material impact on our audit outcome. However, you will recall that when we came to PPC previously, we came to present our financial situation that was not looking very good at that time. We were in the red. However, we managed to turn the situation around. And we also got the department to approve a environment of 14 million that assisted us with the relocation to the GIDZ. We are currently working on implementation of the strategy to stabilize our finances, and we have seen a lot of improvement, and we envisage further improvement going forward. At the moment, we have requested National Treasury to approve that we invest our funds in a special account so that we can gain more interest out of it. So we are awaiting the outcome from National Treasury. We are also working in collaboration with industry. The board has had workshops with both the precious metals sector as well as the diamond sector. The next meeting will be coming in 2 weeks' time. So we're working in collaboration to develop entrepreneurs who will carry the baton forward from the current old topics in the industry. And we're making a considerably good impact as we're addressing the challenges around access to markets and access to finance. There are a number of projects that we are running with some of the major stakeholders in the industry. And we'll continue also to urge your support in terms of the request that we made to extend our mandate to include other minerals. The DMRE has opened the channel for us, and we're engaging with them. And hopefully when we come back, we'll be expanding in terms of our presentation as to which minerals are we talking about and what are the advantages of having them been put into this basket. In terms of our financial health, as I've mentioned, we are in a good position. And what I need to emphasize is that although we have a ration and a high number of findings as compared to previous years, we are working on the gaps, on closing the gaps that have been identified by AG, and we are on track, and the board is monitoring the implementation thereof. Thank you, Chair. And over back to my chairperson.
Thank you, TG, and the chairperson. That's our presentation, TG. Chair, thanks.
Thank you very much, the chairperson of the regulator and the CEO. Chair, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bayatangi, to both NECSA and SADPMR. Honorable members, let me not limit your take, just reflect on the entity, and if there's a need to flight the area that you are talking to, we will try and ask the
Miss Boss.
Hello, Mommy.
Me, or is the chairperson lost?
I'm trying to call him and find out what is happening. I don't see him yet.
I'm trying to get him. I don't know what happened.
Okay, Chair, sure. He's trying to get in. He lost the network. Chair,
Your
can
mic,
you
Chair.
unmute? Yeah.
No, I'm saying where I was, it was saying 0 people in the room. Now I see we have increased the numbers. I was just saying, is there any take? I see the hand of Honorable Mylem. Honorable Matogwe, Honorable Lorima, Honorable Malinga, done. Honorable Kula. Okay, in that line, I will see if there is next. Honorable Mylem, Honorable Matogwe, Honorable Lorima, Honorable Malinga, and Honorable Kula.
There's also Mr. Volmarans, Chair.
For the Sulale meeting. Okay, Honorable Volmarans. I will come after Honorable Volmarans.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm going to limit my discussion to NECSA. There are a couple of issues that I'd like to pull out of their report or their presentation, and thank you very much for the presentation. The first issue relates to irregular expenditure. Now, the AG highlighted irregular expenditure of 32 million rand, slightly down from the prior year, and also indicated that the majority of that was sitting in Pelchem. Now, the cause of that irregular expenditure appears to be supply chain management issues. And I'd really like to know from Mr. Nichols or the CEO, what is being done to address supply chain issues in the NECSA group? Because this has been an ongoing issue for several years now. That's my first one. The second one relates to your KPIs, and in particular, just give me 1 second. I think it's the NTP KPIs with regard to your weighted average of utilization and weighted average of availability. Now, if I do a little bit of a deep dive into that, these appear to have been significantly below what the target was, and only marginally up on prior year's performance. When I say marginally, like 1 or 2% higher than prior year's performance. This would appear to be, and I read the report and the rationale given for it, that it's aging equipment and operational issues. But frankly, you know, we're talking about nuclear plant and equipment here, and there should be absolutely zero reason why your maintenance of that plant is failing. Now, I'd really like some clarity as to why those particular targets were not achieved and what is being done to address that. Then I want to address the issue of the going concern, and I listened very carefully to what Mr. Nichols said, and I'd like to draw his attention to the financial statements, and in particular, the current ratio of the entity. If you have a look over the past 2 years, the current ratio for the 2019-20 financial year and the 2020-21 financial year, the current ratio was 1.9 to 1. That has declined to 1.45 to 1. So instead of getting better, Mr. Nichols, you're actually getting worse. And so I have a serious concern about the ongoing sustainability of NECSA as an entity. At the same time, your current liabilities have jumped in the 2021 financial year to the current financial year from 652 million to 995 million. And again, this raises the question of, is the entity sustainable? My last comment goes to the revenue projections of the entity. Now, the last time NECSA presented its annual performance plan to this committee, which was on the 19th of May 2020, and Mr. Nichols was there. We had a different CEO at the time, but Mr. Nichols certainly was the chairman of the board. The projection for 2020-21 was a 61 million rand deficit. And for the current financial year, or the one that's just been reported on, a 205 million rand surplus. Instead, what we saw was a 190 million rand deficit, followed by a 219 million rand deficit. So my question, and this goes to the CFO, the CEO, or Mr. Nichols, is how can we trust the projections that you're making as being reliable when you are so off on the last projections that we saw? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to everyone once again. I have questions directed to both entities. So I will start with NECSA. I think it is basically a follow-up on the comment that I had made to the report by the Auditor-General. And it's basically just my asking the entity to, or rather the management, whether looking at the fact that the entity has been receiving extremely worrisome audit outcomes in the previous years, and the failure to improve has been put entirely on the management that has not been acting, management that does not have plans, and management that does not have consequence management whatsoever. So I just wanted to check, what is it that you are doing to display that level of consequence management? Are there any investigations that are being put forward? What is being done to make sure that those who are supposed to do specific tasks assigned to them never did them? And I think I just want clarity on what does the report mean when it says that employees have not been verified? What verification is being done exactly? Are you not able to account for your employees, or are you doing skills audit? What exactly does that mean? And then the third question, I think I asked it last week. I was not really happy with the responses, but I figured because we're going to now be looking at the annual reports, maybe I could ask again. And it speaks specifically to the issue of skills development, considering the fact that in most of these entities, or some of the entities across board, not just in this department, you'd always find, or you'd be told, that there's a shortage of skills. And in some instances, you'd start employing people from Cuba and Germany and all these things. And I want to understand what are the relationships, or rather what is being done by the department to collaborate with institutions of higher learning and the Department of Higher Education to make sure that at the end of each academic year, institutions of higher learning, they are producing X amount of skills that would speak to the shortage of skills in your sector, and what are the targets that you're having on an annual basis in terms of filling up those skills. Secondly, I think it's a matter of, I know that there was a time when South Africa had a shortage of teachers, and then they produced the PGCE program. So what is being done in terms of introducing such programs to make sure that you are filling in the skill set, and also taking advantage of the fact that there's a lot of young people sitting at home with degrees and diplomas that are not taking them anywhere. And I think the other one, still on the issue of skills development, is what is being done to sort of market or even educate young people, especially the ones that are in high schools, of the career paths that are in your entity in particular, because a lot of people would pass grade 12 and they'd say, look, I want to be a CA, I want to be a teacher, I want to be that, because they're not aware that there are other careers where as a country we have a shortage of. And if perhaps we could actually start grooming young people into venturing into those careers, we would not necessarily have a problem. And then on the entity of SADPMR, I just wanted to, I have like 4 questions. I think the first one, it's on the opening remarks by the board chairperson in terms of the apology that was given to us, that they apologize for tabling the report quite late, but it is not of our making. I just wanted to understand what does that mean, or whose making is it? I didn't understand that line. And then secondly, it's on the issue of the vacancies. I saw on the organogram there that there are 2 crucial vacancies that have been outlined. I think there's also an acting secretary as well. So I'm just trying to understand how long have those spaces been vacant? What is the timeline in terms of filling those vacancies? Especially if you're going to have, for instance, a vacancy on the issue of compliance, which we've been crying over and over about. So it wouldn't make sense that such a crucial responsibility is left wanting for a long time. So I'm interested in how long we've had those vacancies and what are the plans in terms of filling them and what are the timelines around that. The third question is on the issue of local beneficiation of minerals. As South Africa, we tend to export rather a lot of raw materials, and with us exporting those raw materials, we're actually exporting jobs as well, as opposed to creating industries and processing plants in South Africa to make sure that we're actually able to create more jobs, and also cut down on the expenditure from our side in terms of buying a lot of finished goods that we would actually produce from our side. So I wanted to find out what are your plans around local beneficiation and what are the targets around that. The fourth question, it's on the issue of the building. It looks very nice, your new offices. But I think we have this thing of Uktando rent in South Africa. We literally rent and rent even for areas where we know that you're going to need this building for the longest time. So I'm trying to understand whether that building that you have just shown us is being rented or whether it's being built, and what, if it is being rented, what informed your option or your decision to rent as opposed to building your own offices. And I think the last one, it's on the issue of the staff in the office. I think I do commend the gender balance and a representation rather of more females in your staff complement. But I'm just interested as well in terms of whether those proportions or rather gender balance is also evident at the level of management or at the level of executive management. And I've also realized that in terms of your internships, you are getting more males into that space. Is it because females are not applying? If not, what is being done to actually make sure that you get as many females as well into your internship programs with the intention of absorbing them as well? Thank you very much, Chair.
I have one question for the SADPMR. It's slide 26, where you express as a challenge a decline in revenue due to adverse market conditions. Help me understand what's happening in the market to cause those adverse conditions. As I understand it, the diamond market is booming at the moment. Why won't that improve your revenues? I'd like an explanation of why these are all externalities beyond your control. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Chairperson and
the committee members, the representatives from the department and the entities. Chair, I have been covered to some extent by both Mr. Mailem and Honorable Madog. But I've got two questions. One is from the NECSA report, and I also think it was touched by the AG, where on one of the slides, I think it is slide 17 or 18, on NECSA, there is a comment or a challenge that comes from no decision being taken by the Department of Health, and then that is regarding either an offtake. I think that should be an offtake agreement or an offtake arrangement with the product, and the risk on findings. And I'm perturbed by it because I think a year or 18 months ago we were sitting with the same type of issue where there was something outstanding, and I think it is the same matter from the Department of Health. Now, my worry is that I don't know what is being done about it, and I would like to have an explanation on what is NECSA and or the Department of Health or our own Department of Minerals Resources doing about this matter. My concern is we are talking about a government entity that needs to do business with another government entity. And I don't know, is it deliberate or what, that we don't come to an agreement to narrow the agreements that must help both the departments grow in terms of the services that they provide and also making the other entity profitable in as far as its mandate is concerned. And I'm seeing a gray area there, and I would like an explanation on what is being done, and if there's already been done something, I might have missed it. That's the one. The other one is on the State Diamond, the regulator, where we have a regression in as far as the outcomes. But one of the issues were the irregular expenditure due to the to not having a bid structure or SCM orientated structure. And I would want to find out what is the situation. At that stage, they were talking about 16 million, but I want to find out what is the situation now, currently. Do we have a bid structure? You know, if you don't have a bid structure for a long time and you have irregular expenditure, and we also have a report that says there was consequence management. With whom was the consequence management? With the CEO or somebody down there? And apart from that consequence management relating to this, if we don't have a bid arrangement or a bid system in place, we will be sitting with the same problem next time. And I would want us to have a word on it. There's a comment made by Mr. Mgomezulu with regards to the AG's finding, which relate to issues of year-end. Mentioned 36 or 38 of the issues, and apparently they have been positively dealt with. Do we have an expansion on what those issues are? I think on the report it does not necessarily show all of them, or it does not show them, but I would want to find out what they are and how they have been dealt with. Thanks, Chairperson.
I guess the other two members have withdrawn their hands.
Is it me, Chair? Network kicked me out. I to you that network kicked me out. I did not hear you calling my name.
I don't call names, you know. I only said Honorable Mailam and listed all of you, and then I said the last will be Honorable Volmarans. And Honorable Volmarans did not hesitate to take the floor when others were quiet. Now I'm left with I'm now left with Honorable Kula and Honorable Inga.
Oh, okay.
Honorable Maling.
Oh, all right. Let me come in, Chair. Greetings to yourself, Chairperson, the Portfolio Committee, the DG, CEOs, CFOs, COOs, everybody on the platform, and our committee staff, Chair. Apologies, Chair. I'm suffering from what you are suffering from when you are connecting from home. I'm home too. Network kicked me out before I could hear the list of the speakers. Chair, I just want to zoom into the chairperson's remarks of both NECSA and SADPMR. Chair, I had thought maybe after the AGSA has presented what their findings were on both the entities, maybe the chairperson will start by maybe giving clarity or putting some flesh on the issues that were raised by Auditor-General. Though I think Mr. Nichols tried and defended themselves, they are just a new board, 2 years being appointed, and some of the issues they have tried to deal with them. We applaud, Chair, that they have moved from the 160 findings to 63, but still not enough. They continue to do more. I also thought, Chair, that maybe he will zoom in a statement made by the entity is technically insolvent. If maybe he could just do that, Chair. Also outline which is that paper that the AG said it was correctly incorporated in their portfolio, Chair. Also with SADPMR, Chair, their irregular expenditure, whether they are people because the AG said there were people who extended contracts without proper approval. I thought we will hear something from that. Is there any disciplinary process that has been taken to the people who did that? Because you can't just extend a contract without following proper channels. Also, Chair, the issue of this bid committee. I hear the CEO, Mr. Kosa, trying to explain it that the Treasury told them that they don't need it as an entity, and it was something like 5 years ago. Why would AG still pick that up? Maybe if I can get that, Chair, then I will understand there, because you see, I think maybe it disturbed me the issues that they picked up for though they are not that similar. The entities, the findings that were, I think SADPMR is better than NECSA, but the issues picked up by disturbed me a little bit. Chairperson, if tomorrow the department can decide to not give SADPMR or NECSA grants, will they be sustainable, Chair? Thank you.
Is Honorable Kula still in?
No, without a doubt, Chair.
Continue, don't wait for me.
No, thanks. No, Chairman, let me take this opportunity to greet again, although I have greeted earlier. Chair, firstly, I think it is important to start with the NECSA, then I'll end with the South African Diamond Precious Metal Regulator. One chair, I thought that they would respond to some of the questions that have been raised by the AGSA. One is that how do they plan to move some of these of their entities from an unqualified audit outcome to a qualified one? Because I think they ought to be saying in their own presentation, this is how do they plan to improve. Two is that I think one of the things that was a concern to me that was flagged by the AGSA's office was that management at Pelcam and one entity are slow to respond to the red flags raised in prior audit. And I think that is the thing that is contributing to this adverse audit finding. So I want to know what is it that NECSA is doing with that says in the previous audit, these are the issues that have been identified and have not been dealt with. How are they then dealt with moving forward? 2, 3 is that if you were to look at the financial health of the entity, it is completely unsatisfactory, and that is not acceptable. And I think there were a lot of factors that were raised by the CEO, and the chair in their presentation. So I wanted to know, Chair, that how do they plan to rectify this precarious financial position which the entity finds itself under? And we must say, Chair, that we want to see improvement when the entity comes to report to the portfolio committee next time. And as per their key performance indicators, one of the issues that was flagged by the AGSA was a serious lack of leadership at the management level. That many of the challenges that are there around the entity are as a result that senior management is unable to respond to challenges. So they must be able to say to us, how are they planning to ensure that senior management responds to the red flags raised by the AGSA? Earlier, when the AGSA was presented, I spoke to that decrease in irregular expenditure from 34 million to 32 million. Yes, at a face value level, we must be able to complement that decrease in irregular expenditure. But NECSA must be able to be in a position to say, how do they plan to further take down that irregular expenditure? And because necessarily we do not need only to focus on the negative when the entities are here. And I think we must commend NECSA for the drastic decrease in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And one of the highlights, I think, of the presentation by NECSA, which we must commend them for, is for their 3 staff members who have acquired a PhD. One of the things that emerged as a concern to me, Chair, was when I was looking at the financial position of the entity, its revenue stream versus its revenue versus the expenses. I want to know that how does the entity plan, Chair? How do you plan to grow your revenue and curtail your expenses? Because I think that Honorable Melamed also touched on this issue, that these projections that you are making, because next time when you make such projections, we as a committee will hold you accountable based on the projections that you are making. You say you made these projections, but it's not achieved. How accurate are they? But the main question is, how do you then plan to curtail some of your expenses? Because I think they're slightly way above an acceptable level, Chair. And that I think it speaks to in the next 2 years, how do you plan to do that? One of the things that was flagged by the presentation is that their performance against programs was not on an acceptable level. How do you plan to improve on that? Because it says that there are serious challenges around performance, which I think ought to be addressed, Chairperson. Then when coming to the regulator, Chair, the Chairperson, when he started, he said that the regulator is approaching the financial end without a permanent CEO. But I see that because I wanted to ask how to navigate certain matters, but I see there's a making. So I want to understand that when does the regulator plan to appoint a permanent CFO? Because we have always said this thing that This thing of a whole many of our entities needs to end. We can't be having people in acting positions forever because that derails progress. So we need to have people permanently being there in positions so that we can attend to those matters. I think I will leave the issue because the CEO was able to expand on the 5 targets that have not been achieved. And I think some of them were at the latter stage achieved. So I think there would be no basis there to continue to elaborate on that. I think the CEO spoke of the need to expand their mandate as a regulator that they are currently in discussion. That presentation to be made to the committee so that I think it will help the regulator if we were to expand its mandate to cover certain certain minerals. Lastly, there's an issue that I flagged around the regulator, which are 2. When it comes to their employment equity statistics, I think one is that it is commendable that in the whole regulator, I see that the number of females employed is 69, the number of males is 48. I think that is quite commendable that we have got. Around because I see there's only one person under the semi-skilled employees who is disabled. And I want to say that how do the NTT plan to increase on that number in terms of hiring people with disabilities? Lastly, on the human resource development, I see that on the number of interns, which are 10, and there's no proper balance on it. There are 3 females and 7 males. But I'm quite concerned about the spread in terms of the feeder of provinces. I see that the Eastern Cape has got 1, Limpopo has got 1, Free State has got 1, Northwest has got 1, and then Limpopo has got 6. Where other provinces are not represented in terms of that internship program. I want to know what informs such a high volume of interns from Limpopo, which is 6, and then this other province. Because the spread, 60% of the internships are from Limpopo, 40% are from the rest of the country. What informs that balance, that imbalance, Chairperson? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kula. Very quickly, first, I think I thought you hear me. I'm saying thank you, honorable members, but very quickly, so that I don't delay you more. NECSA, I must say, first let's appreciate, maybe also let me extend the word also to members of this committee for making it a point that even if we have gone past the process, we follow through things until we have exhausted them. I think the first thing we must appreciate as honorable members and as this committee is the fact that finally we have had your annual reports and your audit outcomes tabled, and now we know what we are talking about. We are not talking about something that we are told it could not be done. So I think the consistency of this committee to ask for these audit outcomes is the one that today, even yourselves as an entity, you know what you will be working on. I'm not answering for SADPMR honorable members. Most of these audits, if you recall, they were left, and the concession that was being made by the AG was the fact that they were delayed because of, except the one of Petro SA that had both, because of COVID reasons. Hence, they could not be tabled on time, especially SADPMR. There was almost a similar story with the other 2, except to say some of them, they could not get the required information on time. And I think that's why I'm sure we all agree that as soon as the ones of SAF also are tabled, then we will be able to reconvene again and invite the AG to lead us on those on that process. Because for as a committee to sit without having information, I think it's a very bad precedent that it must never happen again. We must follow until it's finalized. If the AG says I'm not getting cooperation, and on the basis of that, I can't make an opinion, let's deal with that. But let there be an audit outcome that it presents. So I'm just saying the efforts that have been put, for me, I think they have yielded results. The second thing, I'm worried about one thing. I don't know, there's somewhere where the CEO of NECSA was talking to. Please, if there is consequences, show us. You can't just reverse contracts. I think it was the CFO. You can't just reverse contracts. But if I made an irregular contract, I approve an irregular contract, and this is very critical. Until such time, we can prove and say, if you do this thing in the public service, then you must know you have given yourself a very short life, even in the commercial world. Please show us and present to us consequences of wrong contracts that were our. It's not enough to cancel a contract and it leaves like that. Tell us who was responsible for that contract and what action has been taken. I think it's very important. And what was the cost of the contract and how much has been lost? Please record what I'm saying. How much has been lost and how much is recoverable and how much was supposed to be paid outstanding in that contract. And whether the people or the individuals or whoever concerned are still in the employment of the entity. And I'm saying this, Chair and of NECSA and CEO, bring this, at least I'm giving you 30 days from now. Same thing, SADPMR. It's good to take action against employees who have done wrong things and so forth. Tell us what were the wrong things they did and what type of action through the disciplinary had to be followed and what was, I know you said some of them have been dismissed. At what level was those individuals? I think for me, we have to draw a line on this thing. This thing of reporting as if it is a good thing to do this. These are the things that, as a result, make even the audit outcomes of both departments and entities to balloon to almost more than 50 billion rands on wasteful and fruitless expenditure. That's money. It sounds like fruits and waste, but the truth is money wasted. It's money defrauded. And I saw somewhere there were things that we're talking about, even something that borders on fraudulent activities. So we need that information within 30 days so that we can compliment you on something that we know that is in black and white. Two, I agree in your slide, NECSA, where you talk about 2021 financial year, when it talks about findings that cannot be resolved retrospectively. Please, sorry if I was sleepy. Explain to me the part that says, I see the historical opening balances, but it says employees not verified in the prior years. It means that those are matters that cannot be resolved retrospectively. What does resolution mean, maybe in the first place? Secondly, why not retrospectively? I would say, for an example, if you have verified that on this year, these were numbers of employees, and now these are the numbers that were there. If in your verification of the prior years, those employees were employed irregularly or I want to be very even ridiculous and say, if some of those employees were ghost employees, well, I wouldn't want I don't understand. How can you not rectify a matter retrospectively, a matter of a prior verification of employees? Please, I just explain to me. Maybe I don't understand. I always appreciate to respect English as a language. I want to go to SADPMR very quickly. And I look at your mandate. I don't want to go there. Just the first thing, SADPMR, just give clarity. I didn't even know you've got offices, so many. But I assume then you say the offices in Gauteng cater for Limpopo, Northwest, Mpumalanga, but Free State is too far. You don't have even a satellite office. But I will assume that part of this thing is that commodities like gold and other related things that you will find in the Free State will require from time to time to be a subject of your own activities. And so will be in a massive nature the Northwest. If you can provide clarity on that regard. I don't want to go to the issues that relate to the board. Very quickly, I see your out of 22 targets, you say you achieved 17, you have achieved 17, only 5, and that's a very high number. But when I go to the actuals, that's where my problem is, where I can't see this 17. If we start, for an example, if we start with number 1, instances of non-compliance with the PFMA, it say your target was nil. Why? It will be nil, which means your target was 0. We were not expecting any non-compliance. Then it says actual performance, it says 6, which means not achieved. Not achieved. And then it says, and maybe you could, it says the reason not to achieve such is that end users non-compliance. Training on the supply chain processes. So your non-achievables are 6. And I'm not sure how the reasons can explain, can justify this exercise, because end users are end users. And training them when you have already done a process, it may be a problem. Maybe you can give a dynamic clarity on how that is happening. Then on revenue strategy developed, and then it says implemented. It's not saying revenue strategy developed as an outcome indicator. And then it says you develop a strategy to maximize revenue. It says strategy not approved. Now the next person will be asking a question: if a strategy is developed and implemented, how does it get developed and implemented if it has not been approved and therefore not achieved? You can do a redesign like it says here. So I may not be understanding English as a language. Then it says percentage of signed performance agreements and workplaces was 100%. It then says 96.6%. It says not achieved due to suspended employees and an employee on extended leave. Now, maybe I don't understand a human resource practitioner. I understand the suspended employee, but human resource performance and the signing human resource, it's clear on what basis that person still remains an employee. And a person has to sign that so that the moment it comes to work, is not charged and dismissed. Maybe you can provide clarity. And then says, percentage of enforcement actions undertaken, your annual target was 100%. I'm not sure 100% of what, bear with me. It then says not achieved. It says ongoing discussion with licensees on non-compliant matters to assist them to comply. The first thing is that non-compliance is non-compliance, and therefore there has to be an enforcement. Now, there is nothing on the outcome indicator that talks about now the reasons that are given as remedies. So maybe I try to listen CFO and a CEO, but I find it very difficult to see a justification of not meeting the outcome indicator. It says a number of diamond joint inspection with law enforcement stakeholders. Yes, I know the interaction would have been very minimal, like you said, when it comes to. But my main worry, even for one target, there would have been somewhere something that is an activity happening in the diamond space and other commodities, by the way. And during COVID, one would say, even if law enforcement agencies were so primarily focused on this, resources and internal wealth of this country also would have required and needed to be under serious guidance, because for me, I would say cracks would have happened exactly at that moment where many of those were on lockdown. So I'm not sure whether, because for me, we must be open and say, if it was non-cooperation on the side of the law enforcement agencies, because it can't be when we have planned to do these things, because the risk is very high that most of the commodities would have disappeared exactly during that period, if one were to read this in the way that is put in here. The last thing I must say I'm worried about, oh no, not last. On your 67, you've got 69 employees, very female and 48. But when we come to senior management, I must be honest, skewed. Males are almost 40, if not even, 40% of the workforce. But when it comes to skills positions, you only have got 5 females and 7 males. It only changes as it goes below. Maybe if you, like the honorable member was saying, if you close your vacancies and your particular focus from the secretary, and your particular focus is on senior management, recruiting mostly women. By the way, I must say this even to you, DG, I might be wrong. By my own observations, it worries that there is not a single accounting officer in the department and in its entities who is female. Please correct me if I don't remember. The DG is male. All the CEOs, as far as I know, remind me if there's one that I forget. It might be for some corner entity that probably, with all due respect, is not always in the eyes of us. Then I think Honorable Kula has addressed these concerns that I have. But what worries me is that an area where you are supposed to be doing your major regulation, like Northern Cape, which is supposed to be the center of diamond extraction and change, there's not a single person in that area. All those people who are supposed to be benefiting on your internship program. But also the steward, I think it's a matter that it has to be corrected. The stewardness, putting it crudely, you already have got 7 people that are coming from Limpopo and 3 that are coming from other 3 provinces, one. I think that thing will have to be corrected. My last issue is on financials. I know you were trying to do your level best. When we talk about expenditure trends, compensation of employees, we've already given us a picture of the employees that you have. 6948 and constituting a total number. But I'm worried about the 2 items where it says other operating expenditure, 18.2 million. Now, there's always been this fight that says miscellaneous. That is never explained. It might be important to even understand under operate the expenditure on the operating side of your budget. But if it comes like this, in conservatives, it's just the operating expenditure, and it's 18.2. The reason there, compensation is one item to all employees, but an operating expenditure is an expenditure on different areas and even procurement activities that are taking place. Here you wouldn't know, it's not even reflecting whether expenditure on movement from the old building or place or this and that. I'm just making an example. For me, it should have a breakdown. Then educate me. I see this item, what does it mean, non-cash? And then it says abnormal expenditure, 3.1. You know, when you say something is abnormal, you are saying it's not something that is familiar. Just educate us on accounting so that one can live here much more now understanding that there is something called abnormal expenditure. I know, for an example, that you are not allowed to make a budget that is based on a loss and so forth. So I just wanted to throw those things. If you can then respond, I wanted that you get an opportunity, both of you. Let's start with NECSA and then SADPMR, you will come in. NECSA, not NERSA.
I understood it to be NECSA, sir. So I'll thank you for the questions, honourable members. I will go through a few of them and I'll pass the rest to the CEO to distribute. Just quickly, the irregular expenditure is largely of that 32 million, some 24 million is in fact Pelchem, and I'll ask Louisa to ask Ramesh Natta, who is the new MD of Pelchem, to discuss that. Just quickly, in terms of the utilization, Honourable Milam, that discussion is, I think I'm right in saying you're referring not to NTP, but to Pelchem. And you mentioned the fact that, and I'll ask Ramesh to answer that question, but essentially understand that that's the chemical processing plant is not there's no nuclear activities in that area. It's not under the nuclear regulator. It's a chemical processing plant that is, and one of the problems over the last few years has been getting the funds to refurbish it so its availability can get better, but I'll leave that again to Ramesh. On the going concern, and you mentioned the meeting of the 19th of May 2020, you're quite correct. The projections we put forward in May 2020 bear little relation to where we are now, but that is fundamentally a function of the shutdown and the impact that's had on the key cash flows during the COVID period. And I will be clear that there are three large cash flows going on there. One is the decommissioning cash flows, which was shut down because we sent people away from site, so there was nobody on site. The second one, and probably the biggest one, is that, as you're well aware, the biggest single external income that we have is from NTP, from radioisotopes being produced and flown. And if we've got 20% of the world market for these, the vast majority are leaving through OR Tambo to go international by air. And we lost a very large amount of our revenue there. And I'll come back to a number in a second. The other one is actually training. We have a training department that trains artisans on hands-on training, and that clearly also stopped because COVID stopped us being able to run physical courses to do physical hands-on artisan work. An example of that is that even this year, the training budget for this year, the income budget was some 35 million rand, and we've got about 3.5 million rand spent because we cannot do training when no one actually can cut with social distancing in those areas. That hopefully will cover. Just to put the numbers in context, at the presentation in October of 2020, we reported an assessment that the impact of COVID-19 on our income stream was some 394 million rand for that year. That I think is the explanation of those changes, Honourable Milam, and I would be, I'm actually quite proud that the initial loss projection for that year, if I remember correctly, when the board came in, was some over 200 million rand, and even with the 400 million rand loss of income, we still managed to stay very close to that original estimate. I'm going to leave most of the issues. I'm just going through the issues. So that's the answer to why projections are wrong, and that's the best answer I can give you, Honourable Milam. Just quickly, in terms of the Honourable Wolmeran's discussion of the decisions by Department of Health, this has been an ongoing discussion. The key business case of Ketelepella for the HIV medication, the antiretrovirals, is that we get a set aside by DOH because all the current active ingredients are imported, and we've set up the arrangements for this. So at the same cost as they're being supplied from overseas, they will be supplied through Ketelepella, who would then over the next 3 years move from purely being an importer to actually being a manufacturer. And that is a self-funding activity. There have been discussions with DOH certainly over the last year, more than a year. And while the process is going okay, it is just simply a function of the response intervals between the various departments is much slower than we'd like it to be. And I will comment that on the technical side, we are ready for those activities. You saw the manufacturing license that our facilities have now been granted to do that process when we get there. So that's the DOH issue, and if we can have any help in terms of support in both our own department and in DOH to speed those up. There has been no fundamental technical objections to anything. It's been an administrative issue. There was a question about Honourable Malinga about NECSA being technically insolvent, and this is correct. The current balance sheet shows us having a negative 450 million rand at the end of this year. I think it's worth putting that into context. The vast majority of the very large liabilities we sit with are in fact decommissioning liabilities from previous programs. So it isn't, and we have currently got no significant bank exposure. So it's a larger question of the discussion of the liabilities for decommissioning, and there are a series of major programs. One was mentioned by the CEO earlier of uranium recovery, of turning what is currently a liability on the books, that is waste to be disposed of, into an asset, which is we strip out the unirradiated uranium and we have that as a commercial value. Similarly, we're doing the process of the smelter to reduce a lot of our waste to being releasable, and also the waste compaction systems. However, the question was asked by Honourable Malinga, if we had no grant, would we be sustainable? And the answer is no. A lot of our activities are related to state activities, which are not commercial activities. I will just comment, as I've commented previously, that the nearest comparator to ourselves in terms of efficiency is ANSTO in Australia. They have similarly got about 1,500 people on staff. They've similarly got the same mandate we've got, and they've also got a research reactor which they use in conjunction with ourselves to do isotope production. It is notable that their grant from the Australian government at the moment is something over 3.2 billion rand a year, which is substantially higher than ours. We're not asking for that. We're just saying is that there is an element of the NTP and the PELCAM, which should be making money, and NTP certainly is making money. PELCAM, we believe, is moving in that direction. So that is, but no, if the grant was stopped, there would be an interesting problem. I'm going to leave the Honourable Kula's questions largely to the CEO and to the CFO to resolve. Again, I will just comment that the leadership at service levels has been completely revised in the last 2 years, to the point that we've now got a completely new set. We can argue with that right or wrong. We brought the CFO from the one entity which had a clean audit, which was NTP, and she's now the CFO for the overall group. In terms of the 30-day report to the chair, as I see it on consequent management, yes, sir, we will submit that through the department. And with that, I'm going to pass the rest of the issues across to the CEO, if I may. Louisa, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just very quickly, as it pertains to the finance matters on current ratios, current liabilities, revenue projections, and the going concern, I know you touched on it. Can I request that the CFO comes on board, Ms. Howard?
Thank you, CEO, and thank you, Chairperson. So I'll touch on the financial ratios and also touch on the issues around the regular expenditure to provide some clarity. So in terms of the current ratios and looking back historically, indeed, the previous trajectory was quite negative. And I think this is one of the reasons why we found that we actually had to be intentional in terms of what it is that we're going to change going forward to ensure that the numbers that we are presenting are credible. So what we have done, and we have touched on it lightly, is that we realized that there were two levers of the finances, which is the aspects to do with the expenditure and the aspects to do with the revenue streams. Now, on the expenditure, what we have done is we have actually also locked the budgets to ensure that we are only focusing on the critical expenditure. So what that means in the main is that we have gone into an exercise of a moratorium of sorts, and we have said that we are only focusing on critical expenditure, and we've locked those into the budgets to the extent that going forward, the expenses that are going to be incurred are the ones that have to do with the personnel and the ones that have to do with production, so that we are not affecting production. What we have done is that where there were previously aspects around, for instance, vacancies, we have then said that we will rather utilize the resources that we have to optimize performance. So those levers in terms of the finances were able to then bring the expenditure down in terms of the ratios going forward. And these are the ratios that then start informing the projections that we presented in terms of going forward from 2022-23 going forward. What we have also done in terms of the revenue streams is to then say that in addition to the current revenues that we have, how do we start also expanding those revenue streams as well? So those type of actions, which have been very aggressive in nature in terms of curtailing the expenditure and also focusing on increasing revenue, are the ones that are going to contribute to the positive ratios in terms of current ratios going forward. There was an aspect that was touched on in terms of the current liabilities. And what we have done with current liabilities is we have said that we have entered into negotiations with suppliers to ensure that we have favorable terms, so that with those current liabilities, the terms that we now have with the suppliers are now affordable terms that we can then meet. And we have entered into that exercise to ensure that there is no disruption that takes place in terms of production going forward. There was a question that was raised in terms of the aspect of irregular expenditure and what was the reason for us cancelling contracts. So the reason that we did that is that if we look at the two areas that the AGSA was pointing out, they were speaking to an aspect that has to do with irregular expenditure and the aspect that has to do with fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So the aspects that had to do with irregular expenditure did not result in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So we were trying to expand upon the nature of the items. So if we looked, for instance, at the NECSA amount of the 8.5, and there was a request that we provide slightly more detail on it, it was made up of 3 items that resulted in irregular expenditure. It's as a result of the process. When the AG comes through and says that they have challenges with the process that was followed. So the 3 items, one was to do with Telkom of the 3.5, the other one was Adams and Adams of 2.5, and the other item was 2.5 on the SADPMR contract. Now on the SADPMR, the reason why we said that with that particular one, we had they were supposed to provide that ISO certificate, which we acknowledge that they should have provided. So to ensure that there was no fruitless and wasteful expenditure resulting, we have then said that once those invoices have been paid, we're then going to go into a process of condonation to ensure that that rectifies that situation in that regard. However, the entity, when we have those three items, we also have internal audit doing an investigation on all of the items to determine whether there has been any loss to the entity. So there was no loss to the entity, but the issue was around the process, which is why we had said that once those invoices had been paid off, we were going to cancel that contract. The item with Telkom was one whereby Telkom provides a unique service. And we had said in that environment, while we acknowledge that it's a unique service that's provided by Telkom, just to prove that fact that it's a unique service and only Telkom provides that service, we'll go out and tender, and the result of the tender will be able to show what we're saying to the AG. So we are going to go out on tender in that process to show the unique service that Telkom provides. With the issue with Adams and Adams, it was an IP issue because with that environment, there were approvals that were sought from the BAC, and the reason why approvals were sought is because Adams and Adams manages the IP of NECSA, which is a very unique item, which is in terms of IP. And it is not one of those items in a generic sense where we can go out and tender because there are sensitivities around that. So the issue in that regard was in terms of the maintenance fees, where the auditors felt that we still needed to go out into the market. But acknowledging the fact that to go out into the market also exposes us because IP is a state-protected issue. So we were still engaging with the AGSA in terms of that particular item because there had been approvals sought from the BAC. What we are doing, and it speaks to the mention that was made of the Honorable Kula in terms of what are we doing going forward, is that we are having an early audit start in March. And the intention of that is to be able to re-engage with the AGSA and to show them all of this evidence and the file that we have with more time available for them to be able to say to them, this is how we have addressed the issues and this is how we intend to try and move the audit opinion into a more favorable audit opinion. There was also mentioned by the Honorable Kula in terms of the slow response to audit findings. So that item related to mainly the opening balances, where we had said that the challenge there was in terms of the timeline, and it also speaks to the item around the employee verification, if I may touch on that. So with the employee verification, and that was the question that was asked, and I'll answer the two in conjunction. What it is that the AG come on site and they go and verify, and they give the employees a call to verify whether the employees exist. However, they have a timeline for that. So subsequent to that, they were able to verify that indeed the 12 employees that they were trying to verify, so verification is whereby they phone the employee and they ask them to answer the phone, for instance. But we're aware that some employees do not answer phones for various reasons. So subsequent to the audit, they were able to get certainty that those employees indeed existed. However, the challenge was that they had cut off on the audit. So when we say with employee verification that we're not able to resolve it retrospectively going backwards, is because the auditors have a timeline. And after that timeline, regardless of the fact that issues have been resolved, they do not take them into account in terms of the audit opinion. So the slow response that was being mentioned was the second aspect of the 6 findings we mentioned, which was to do with opening balances. And with the opening balances, with the sample sizes of the 1,000, which we had to respond within 3 days, and they stretched back historical years, there was a timeline challenge in terms of trying to respond to the auditors within a 3-day turnaround time, when the financial year that we're also looking at stretched back historically. So what we have done to resolve these issues going forward is that, one, with the early audit start, it will start looking into these issues and to make sure that we are really aligned. And what we have also done is we have put together an audit recovery plan with the GCEO made mention of earlier. This plan has been shared with the AGSA. We're in agreement in terms of the actions that need to be done to resolve issues. And then what we will do is to make sure that when they come through for an early audit, and this also starts moving us towards a more favorable audit opinion, is that we engage with them to say, this is what was in the plan, this is what we had agreed in terms of actions to resolve the matters. Are you now satisfied that the matters have been resolved comprehensively? So that is in terms of the historical findings that were not resolved going forward. And maybe just the last aspect I'll touch on in terms of the financial situation that needs to be resolved. Indeed, it has been quite precarious financial situation, but what we have been doing is, with the various levers we had available of working capital management, we have been able to resolve and address those financial issues to make sure that we make it to the end of the financial year by virtue of a going concern consideration. So what that means is negotiating with suppliers for more favorable payment terms and ensuring that we're also following up on debtors sooner rather than later. So those levers have led us to a situation where we are now on the 1st of March with 1 month to go to the end of the financial year, where we are envisaging a situation where we will still be able to continue to pay salaries even in the month of March. I'm not sure if there are any questions that might have been missed. Oh, there's one more question maybe to touch on briefly on the nature of the disclaimers. So maybe the AGSA had made mention of 5 items. The CEO had thematized them into the 7 items we're looking at. So in terms of the D&D stage 1 and stage 2, the matter there was the alignment that was required in terms of an input variable into the calculation. So the Auditor-General had required that all of our reports should be aligned and should speak to one element. So that is the actual work being performed, the forecasts, the annual plan of action, and the allocation letters. So we have done that exercise to ensure that those input variables are now aligned, which should then start resolving the issues on the D&D stage 1, which was extrapolated into stage 2. The matter around foul puts after care, the CEO touched on that item that it had been resolved. In terms of the inventory, what we have done with inventory is we have started doing inventory accounts to ensure that there is no misalignment, especially when the auditors come to the fore to start doing the inventory verification. And in terms of the PPE, that was affected by 2 aspects, which was the going concern and the assessment report. So what the auditors had indicated with property, plant and equipment is that they had required us to be very detailed in our assessment in terms of why we felt that the property, plant and equipment was accurately valued with the assessment reports. So we have looked at those assessment reports and expanded upon those. They had also asked that we expand upon the reason why we were preparing our property, plant and equipment according to going concern considerations. And we have motivated for that aspect, as well as doing verification. So what we're also doing as well is to make sure that even before the auditors start, all the assets within the entity are being counted to ensure that there are no misalignments and no discrepancies with current items that the Auditor-General had indicated. And then obviously with the financial statements, we are looking at those to ensure that they are going to be compliant and looking at checklists as well to ensure that the issues that were raised by the AG have been addressed. So maybe let me pause at this point in time and hand over to the CEO. I'm not sure if there are any issues that I might have missed.
Thank you. Thank you. I think you've covered all the actions that I had noted. Chairperson, in the interest of your time, I'll just cover very briefly on the other items that were not covered by both the Chairperson and the CFO. But to reassure Honorable Malham that the plant availability is really on the non-nuclear side. Our nuclear plant is held to the highest standard that you can get internationally, and it is healthy and safe, and it's managed according to the National Nuclear Regulator requirements. Honorable Madogwa's key comments on no action plan, I think the CFO has covered that. We've got a very clear action plan in terms of recovering from the adverse audit outcome that we had. And we also have very clear plans in terms of our revenue streams that we are looking at. And that, as you saw the picture of the house, each of the divisions will be compacted to have a contribution in each of those pillars. And I'll be managing that very actively from an EXCO perspective. And then in terms of the skills development, we have an outreach program to the nearby schools in Ashishville and the other areas. And we also participate even with other schools in the country to make sure that kids, their interest is made. They are actually attracted to the field of engineering, sciences, and technology. And it was very active when our visitors center was open pre-COVID times. but now we have to resuscitate that and revive that. But the partnerships that we have partnerships with the academic institutions of higher learning, as well as even the hospitals like the Steve Biko Academic Hospital in Pretoria. But also, I must not stop there. We have partnerships with the International Atomic Energy Agency, because nuclear is an international field, and we do have recognition at the International Atomic Energy Agency. And that relationship is there as we have our people participating in those committees. If I move on to the beneficiation of minerals that was mentioned earlier on, and it could be also linked to the regulator that is with us today, but I want to state that we are repositioning NECSA not just as a research institution, but as a beneficiation institution, because we take raw materials in the form of uranium, beneficiate them into cancer detection and cancer therapy medication. We take calcium fluoride and we beneficiate it into fluorine and other products that are used further down in the value chain. And the PELCAM strategy is geared towards that, to say, let's shift and beneficiate more because you get more value in the beneficiation chain going down. On the management being slow to respond, I think the CFO covered that. There was one area. However, we've raised the awareness with all of our staff, and we are moving very well in that regard, in that employees are aware that audits must be taken seriously and people need to respond. Even the employees that have not been verified, the 12 out of the sample of about 300 people that did not respond, took them to task. And as we move forward, we are raising awareness all the time with the staff. I think Honorable Kula raised quite a couple of issues, which I feel most have been covered. But I think the most important thing, we thank you for the commendation on the PhDs. But the issue of performance management, how are we going to be managing that going forward? Like I've alluded, on our house, I'm going to be managing all the group executives in line with those strategic pillars, which are 5, which are part of our shareholder compact. And that will streamline our operations, not to have people who are divergent and driving their business for their own needs. And the issue that the chairperson raised, I think the Honourable Member Volmarans has been responded to, as well as Honourable Malinga. But the comments that the chairperson made as I close is that we'll definitely, as the chairperson responded, we'll respond to that 30-day requirement of that particular aspect. However, I think the issue of audits or of the issues that cannot be resolved retrospectively is that we cannot fix the 12 employees that were not verified out of the about 300. However, those employees were subsequently verified, but it did not change the audit opinion because that was done after the required 3 days of us having to respond to. So the issue is resolved, but you cannot say that particular issue has been resolved. But we'll be raising more awareness going forward that such an issue should not happen. People must respond quite actively to the audit. So that was the only thing that I wanted to clarify. And I think I'll stop there in the interest of time, Chairperson. I will not even invite my other executives who are ready to take you through the responses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CEO. With that, I'll pass back to the Chairman.
Okay. SADPMR, please take us. I've asked time from the Secretariat. Take us up to 15:15, please. 20 minutes response.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'll only deal with the issues that were questions that were directed on what I said in avoiding the temptation of encroachment, Chair. I hope you'll understand. The first one was from Honorable Madogwe, tabling of our annual report. I made a comment there. I think, Chair, you have already replied that one. It's due to COVID restrictions and AGSA could not honor some of the appointments they had with us. So it was on the side of the AGSA. The Chair, we've already covered that one. On the vacancies that you saw that on the presentation were all filled, Honorable Madogwe, and also incorporating Honorable Kula on the same question, which was the CFO appointment. Unfortunately, the CFO has resigned in the middle of February, and we already have a plan of filling the position from our side by the 3rd week of March. would have completed everything that is supposed to be done. So it will depend on the person who comes into the position as to what time he or she requires to fulfill her requirements for resignation in the place where she would be from. So that is answered. And on Honorable Volmaran's, the bid specification committee is there, which also answers Honorable Malinga. And the last one for me to answer on Honorable Malinga, you talked about the finding out about the irregular expenditure, whether the disciplinary processes have been undertaken. I think in my introduction, I laid out the whole process that we have undertaken. That has been done. What was left was just to have a final report that goes to the board. So we'll fast track that process because the committee requires it in 30 days. So we'll just fast track that process that we were doing. That's all that we're going to do. Thanks, Chair. Cecil, can you come in?
Thank you, Chair. I'll start by responding on the questions raised by Honorable Madokwe. Regarding collaboration with institutions of higher learning, yes, the regulator has been engaging with some institutions. We've had a long-standing program with TUT, that's Fana University of Technology, especially on the space of jewelry making. And that has been very fruitful over some time. We are also running expos and roadshows where we engage with those institutions as well to ensure that there's a spread of what we do in terms of our services. On the issue of beneficiation of raw materials, yes, it is our ideal that as much as possible, raw materials be processed locally in order to increase jobs. However, if you look at the current policies and legislation, there's a lot of limitations in how far can one go in that regard. The department is responsible for drawing up the policies and the legislation with our input, of course. And currently there's a team that's working together with the department to look at how can we address those deficiencies through legislation. So, but everything relies on the department and we implement what is decided by the department. The issue around the building. This is a project that goes back many years. When I joined the regulator, I think it had 2 years, so about 8 years in the making. It is a government project run by GGDA, Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, aimed at promoting local beneficiation through jewelry. And the regulator was identified together with the state diamond trader as very important role players. Hence, we were roped in to be tenants in this particular government project. So over the years, the project ran and it was interrupted by COVID, and finally we are here, and still it's not fully developed. And indeed, we are renting to GGDA through GIDZ. And the issue of gender was raised. And indeed, it is evident at the level of senior management and executive level. We have 4 females at senior and executive level, and we are targeting to have 2 more females in those categories, because there are certain vacancies that are there that we need to fill within this financial year. So we hope that will also address some of the deficiencies in that space. There was a question around internship as to whether females are not applying or not. So I'll try to answer this comprehensively. The internship program, we try our best to advertise throughout the country, nationally, through national newspapers, and we will increase our effort to also engage our regional office, our DMRE partners, to ensure that there's a widespread of advertising these positions. Previously, we have received good responses, but there are times where, for instance, the Northern Cape, you will receive 1 or 2 applications that are relevant to the qualifications that are required. Just to give an example, if you look at certain provinces, there will be a prevalence of certain qualifications, and that also has a role in how the selection process works. So we deal with mainly areas of, for instance, in a precious metals division, we'll look for geologists, we'll look for metallurgists, and depending on how the applications come through, that will determine the outcome. But we are also expanding our efforts in terms of career expos. We have been visiting other provinces such as KZN and Eastern Cape, Northern Cape in that regard. I can't remember if we've been to Limpopo though, but we are trying to cover the whole country. There was a question from Honorable Lorima as to what is happening in the markets. Yes, the regulator depends to a large extent on the health of the industry. There was a time during the year under review, the markets were very tight when there were problems in India with regards to their currency and also their financial institutions not giving out loans. That put a lot of strain to both the producers and the manufacturers, to an extent that there was a reduction in terms of their performance, and that affected us a lot. But where we are sitting now, the situation is very, very good. There's been buoyancy in the markets and everyone is happy. Hence, if you look at our current financial situation, we've got a considerable good reserve. That's why we're asking to keep that reserve we're asking National Treasury to approve us to keep those reserves so that we remain a going concern going forward. Honorable Volmarans raised the issue of the BSC that the chair has also touched on, to say what's the situation now. We have a BSC in place now. I just want to clarify that, because when I listened, I heard that there was a bit of confusion as to whether we have procurement structures. Yes, we had a bid evaluation committee and a bid adjudication committee. What was lacking was the BSC, and that was based on the fact that prior audits didn't identify it as a problem, and there was also confirmation in writing from Treasury that for an entity like ours, there's no need for that. But due to the small or the nature of our procurement that we do. However, later after AG also engaged with Treasury, Treasury said we will need to have such, hence that finding that was raised. The next issue with regards to grant, to say, will the SADPMR be sustainable without a grant? That was raised by Honorable Malinga. I think we have indicated previously that in terms of founding legislation, which is the Diamonds Act, the regulator was supposed to be fully funded by appropriations by Parliament. However, over years, because when the regulator was established, there was a huge reserve that was brought over from the Diamond Board. We generated more money, and hence Treasury started cutting our grant to where it is today. So for us to turn that around, for regulator to be self-sufficient, there will have to be considerations around legislation as well as other means, which we are currently putting in place in terms of our strategy for financial sustainability. In terms of address the issue of a number of interns and employment equity. Oh yeah, Honorable Kula raised the issue of the semi-skilled or disabled resources within the organization and how do we plan to increase that. Our number was quite high above the national requirement. However, over time, the people that we had were pushed from us, and we have been engaging with the relevant associations to see if we can acquire those resources should the structure allow us to do so. The issue about the footprint of the SADPMR, Honorable Chair raised the issue of gold in the Free State and the Northwest. So if you look at the mandate of the SADPMR, which is quite different from that of the department will look at production, whereas we deal with the trade side of it. So trade is related to the markets. If you look at our provinces, most of the activities are located in Gauteng and then followed by Western Cape. That's mainly Cape Town itself and Knysna, and then followed by KZN. So we distribute our resources to be closer to the clients to avoid unreasonable expenditure on travel on our operational expenditure. So you would have places like Free State and Northwest with a lot of mines. However, the trading activities do not happen there. Even the companies themselves, they've got offices in Sandton, for instance. Where it involves other activities, the regulator is involved in those activities, such as the illicit combating of illicit activities by playing a role in those structures within those provinces. The issue of revenue strategy, I should say what we did is we set the target, and the idea was to ensure that we have a document that is aimed at addressing the challenges that we had. So instead of having a tick box exercise, when the final draft was issued and we looked back, there were a number of critical issues that came up that we wanted to address that were not addressed in the document. And the issues also around the structure of the document. So the management had to go back and rework that document and present it to the new board. When we started that process, the board was not yet in place. So the new board had to also reconsider that document. Around the issue of signing of performance agreement, that process began within that financial year, and the employees were on suspension from the 25th of May. And the due date for the performance agreements was at the end of May of each year, actually. So now what we did was we sought a legal opinion from our advocate through the HR committee. And the response was that although that the employees of the entity, they are employees of the entity, the fact that they are on suspension will create a legal challenge on how we'll assess them. Because at that time, there were people acting in their positions and they were sitting at home not performing. So there was that issue to say, we can actually postpone their performance assessments until such time that they are assessed. So until such time that their disciplinary processes have been finalized. On the issue of non-compliances by licensees, Chairperson, here we were looking at the nature of the compliances. These are minor non-compliances that we deemed that given the challenge that we have with the decline in the industry. Issues such as late submission of police clearances, we had to allow clients a bit of time because the South African Police Services was taking much longer time to issue those police clearances during lockdown and during the subsequent period of COVID-19. There were issues of BEE as well that we felt that instead of outright rejecting these licenses, we have to engage clients and find a middle ground. On the inspections with stakeholders or law enforcement agencies, one challenge that we had is during that period, there was a problem with regards to availability of subs to accompany us to perform that task. I will now, with the assistance of the acting CFO, deal with the issue of expenditure trends, just to specify what we mean by other operating expenditure and abnormal expenditure. Chair, just to highlight that on our operational expenditure or operating expenditure is mainly on conducting inspections. And in order for one to do that, there are certain things that must be done, like making those necessary arrangements, such as making calls and all of that. That will fall part of other operational or operating expenditures that the acting CFO will talk to. Can I ask Busi to just come in and deal with those issues around finance? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, CEO. Okay, I think I'll be responding to the other operating expenditure of 18.2 million. We tried to cover it in the presentation, and we touched on the material expenditures, which includes your office lease at about 4.4 million, legal costs 1.9 million, audit fees 1.8 million, security costs 1.2 million, and other costs that are not material enough to list all of them, like your board costs, stationery, recruitment and selection, as well as training and development, including travel costs. And then there was a question on the non-cash and abnormal expenses. This line item for the 3.1 million, it refers to other gains and losses, which are disclosed in compliance with the GRAP reporting framework. Included there, we've got the depreciation and amortization of assets, which refers to the reduction in the value of assets. As we use property, plant and equipment, it uses value, and that amounts to about 1.3 million. And then we also have the debtors impairment, which refers to the adjustment or the provision that is done in compliance with GRAP for the doubtful collection of the debtors balance at year end. And it relates to clients which either have cancelled license when we are reporting, or the licenses have expired, but they have balances as we close the financial year end. Then there was a question on findings. I think I'm going to touch on the three that affected the audit report. Some of the findings related to irregular expenditure, and they were expanded. You'll find we have about 6 on irregular, for example, failure to prevent. And for each item, they were raised separately, hence the number increased to that 39 that was mentioned. But the 3 that affected the financials that were misstatements, it's the provision for the legal fees. On this one, we just could not find each other with the Auditor-General, but at the end, we adjusted the financial, and the amount was significant at about 1.5 million, so it affected the audit report. And the other 2 that affected the audit report related to the disclosure notes on the financial statements. One of them was the budget statement. We had disclosed the variance or the movement as a narrative And AG, in their view, they believe we should disclose it in the tabular format because they felt that the user will be misled if it's just a narration and an explanation of the variance. That adjustment was done, and currently the financials aligned to what was recommended. And then there was also an error in the cash flow, the disclosure that was not compliant with the GRAB, but the figures were correct. That has been amended as well. And currently on the quarterly financial statements, we are complying to the Auditor-General's recommendation. Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Busi. I hope we have answered the questions, Chair.
Thank you very much, the chairs and the CEOs of the two entities and their respective CFOs. There is one question that the chair has raised around the female accounting officers. I can safely confirm, Chair, that we have the two female accounting officers under the portfolio of BMRE. That is Dr. Sangani for BASA and also Dr. Kosi for Android. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG. I'm sure you'll understand now. I was going to withdraw my statement. I didn't know. The last time I checked the password and acting CEO, maybe I missed the period out of the being in and out of the meeting because of the networks. But being the case as it may, thank you very much. I know it has been a very intense exercise. I'm sure also Mr. Nichols, Mr. Mgomezulu is used to this. He has been here before. This is a committee that takes its work very seriously, especially when it comes to guarding the public purse. So some people sometimes they feel that it's one of the toughest or roughest. No, we confront issues as they are, but the intention is to make sure that we want you to perform. I take pride on the fact that, and I'm sure even honorable members, that at least one major headline, the one of we are looking forward now to see the outcomes of SAF, and we will know that no entity of this department, we can say it has its finances not being known. The next step is exactly what one honorable member said, is now to move forward towards a much more readable audit outcome. So thank you very much. The grilling is for all the boards. It has got no targeted individual or entity. It is a work that when all of you celebrate, we will look backwards ourselves and say, when we were members of the committee, all our entities performed to a certain level. At least we'll appreciate that all our entities can have unqualified audit opinions as a minimum, with some points of emphasis as a minimum. But we want all of you to be on what is commonly known as clean audit. And we hope that you are going to rise to the occasion. Take courage on the fact that you have appeared in front of this committee. It has given you some words of wisdom. It has identified areas that you need to quickly attend to them. Make it a point by the time we come in the next financial year for the 2021-22, you will be at least in a better position. I like what NECSA will say, and I hope all our entities can learn to do that, DG. do what they call early audit, so that by the time the AG comes, they are already on a better position to account. Without any further ado, honorable members, can we quickly run to the minutes? First is the minutes of that we're supposed to deal with them. Is it 15, yes. No, I grew up at school when things are not in front of me. I know that last week it was 22. So I may have to minus 7 from 22. And then I know it's 15. Okay, let's go to, if there's any name printed wrongly, please notify us. Let's go to point 1, point 2. Point 3, point 4, point 5, point 6, point 7. Is there any move of the minutes?
Chair, I hereby move for the minutes to be adopted.
Thank you very much. Any seconder?
Shall second.
Thank you, Honorable Madam. Any matters arising? Can I help you, Honorable Members? On matters arising, the letter has been written to the one that was written, and we received the answer. We have also sent a letter to the, legal services of Parliament with regards to the issues that relates to the evidence leader. Subsequently, they have confirmed that they would like to come to the committee to talk to that. Also, they had received the instructions from the House Chairperson. So next week, we have scheduled them to come and brief us, but also we have been alerted to the fact that there has been development with regards to the court case, and they will also share with us with regards to that. So we will have a meeting next week that will look holistically on the entire process that as a committee we have agreed upon. And then we will take it from there. Number 2, with regards to the issue of cost, the point was that until we are able to act to the manner in which the committee will proceed, including the contents of what were the terms of reference, as long as we are unable to identify, but also the committee was reminded, unfortunately, by members that the committee, amongst other things, had considered was what is called an inspection in loco, and that week or that period we had chosen is the period of oversight, and therefore, hence the choice of that day, of those dates, but also of the area of visiting in the Gauteng province and preferable Johannesburg. But no venue has been confirmed. So we will deal with all those issues, including logistics, when we deal with the matter next week. Is there any other matter I may be forgetting on the other issue that will be matters arising is gonna be the first, second, and third quarter reports that we remain outstanding. If members will remember, we were also looking at finalizing even the financial statements, but there was an issue of the lack of details on matters of compliance with regards to that. We will work with the team and try and put specific, as we outlined in the committee, areas where we want the department to say, here on so and so, this is what we are doing, on this is what we are doing, rather than the way that they were presented here in terms of the actual details. And I think with the recommendations of the AG, it makes it even more apparent that the department will have to come back and give us a more detailed report than the one that was given. I'm not sure whether is there any other matter, honorable members. If that is the case, yes.
Chairperson.
Yes, sir.
On the greetings to you, Chair, and our colleagues and the department. Chair, on the matters arising, I just want to plead that the instruction of the legal services coming to us and about the evidence leader, they must be firm on an advice that says, given the court outcome, how necessary is it for us to proceed legally so that we don't find ourselves being in an exercise that at the end we'll be told was unnecessary. So we need to have a leg to stand on and say we have been given moving forward, because the circumstances before and now are not the same. Thank you very much.
No, let's leave it, Honorable Mashal. Legal services, as I said, even themselves, they said they will deal holistically with everything, including the new development with regards to I would know how, let's leave it and deal with the matter as and when they make their own presentation to the committee next week. But as I said, the matter will be here. All our views will be allowed and will be at that stage. But legal services is coming. It's also they also alerted me on that matter, and they said they will also address even the recent development. Can we go to the minutes of the 22nd? Yes, number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Number 4. Number 5. There is an issue with regard, okay, any move of the minutes, sorry, issue.
Chair, once more, I move for the adoption of the minutes.
Okay, any second?
Second.
Thank you. Any matters arising? I know that it's not here, 1st of March. We still have got the outstanding matter of the merger between that the DMR is still coming, but we had to prioritize. We will schedule that matter, including with the issue of the outstanding 1st, 2nd, and 3rd quarter, as well as the matter that we were dealing with last week of NECSA and SAF. Honorable members, one of the things we will now await eagerly, I'm reminded once we are still on these matters arising, will be the issue of SAF, that as soon as that is tabled, we will give it high priority. It would be much better if we were to go with the budget process, fully aware the performance of our entities on the 2021 financial outcomes. But we will do our level best. The AG, I think, if I maybe I missed them, They had finalized, that's what they said, they had finalized the audit of SAF. It requires now to be, I'm not sure that they've already referred it to the department, and subsequently the department will have to, what you call it, will have to
table the report.
Yes, we'll have to table the report. As soon as the report is tabled, it will then be considered. Honorable members, can we go to the last issue, Ari? The letters. Just, honorable members, we have been receiving, including the ones when we went for the public, they may not necessarily be related to public hearing. What maybe, I'm not sure whether Ari, you just need to read which people that have taken these letters into consideration. But what we suggest, honorable members, let's not discuss the correspondences now. We will compile all those letters as we meet on Friday, or when we go out for the public hearings this coming weekend. Each member, you'll find a folder or whatever that might be, sort of a document pack that will be containing those letters, and then at the appropriate time, you will keep those letters, those correspondences to yourselves. At the appropriate time, we will look at available space in the committee activity. We will go through those. Those correspondences. We will discuss there. How do we then, if we want, we will, if possible, we will come and, from a church point of view and the administration, propose how we think those letters have to be, correspondence have to be attended in line with the procedures and protocols of Parliament. But I think, I'm not sure whether Ari, do we allow or we just agree? But if we don't say which letters are from where, it will mean it's a futile exercise. Can you just mention which letters from where? I know, for instance, there's a letter from which is directed to the Speaker, but copied to us from Mossel Bay. Can you just tell us?
Yeah, Ayanda will go through it quickly, Chair.
All right, Chair, let me go through to the letter that we have.
You don't have to just tell us where they come from, most of them.
Okay. There's a letter from Konongaba Development Forum. Those are the people from Mossel Bay who wants the committee intervention on Petro SA matter. And there's a letter from a concerned person who's got a problem, institutionalized chaos at Mine Health and Safety Council. And a letter from the community of Rustenburg. They've been complaining to the department and chief inspector, nothing has been happening. And Makua Maua, they've got an issue with, they wrote to the speaker about the minister and the department. And another one, it's a petition by Maslonyane Business against Harmony Jewel Mine operations. Those are some of the few, and there's a withdrawal of operation and trading license in SA of Petronas Engine Group Chair. Those are the letters that we have received so far. Thank you.
Okay, you will compile them and then give members so that they can have studied them at the appropriate time. We will deal with them and then we'll get a direction on the way forward. If we get time as soon as early as next week when we meet. Honorable members, being the case as this as it may, we have completely exceeded our time with 34 minutes. Thanks for your patience. The meeting stands adjourned until next week. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Sorry, Chair, can you stay behind with Ari and Sivu? Sorry.
Beyond this 34 minutes?
Chair. Yes, Chair, please.
Okay.
Mama linga yini? Kunzima.
Bye.
Bye bye.